Hey friends, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's one of the most powerful ways you can help the channel grow. Every like, comment, and share that you leave in the first few hours of a video tells YouTube that our stories are worth pushing to a bigger audience. With your support, I know we can get to 25,000 subscribers by Halloween. Remember, we never have ads in the middle of our stories. And don't forget, if you want to rep The Darkest Hour, visit thedarkesthouryt.com for exclusive merch you won't find anywhere else. Thanks for being part of this journey. Now, on with the show. The house I live in was built in the 1800s. It smells like old wood and dust, but it's charming. My family, though, they call it exhausting. It survived 2 world wars and 100 small tragedies that you can feel in the joints when the floorboards sigh. One of the previous owners had 2 sons, my grandmother told me once, and both of them took their lives in the house. She said it quiet, like it was a fact that she'd set down and walked away from. And maybe that's why everyone else in my family speaks about the place in half sentences. When you grow up in a house like that, you learn the language of creaks and doors. You learn which noises are the house settling and which noises are the house remembering. For a long time, I tried to be rational about the rest. The cold patches in certain rooms, the way lights behaved like they had minds of their own. Then, when I started to notice the animals, rationality ran out of the room, and I stopped pretending. We have a dog and 2 parrots. They're ordinary animals in all the ways that keep them alive. They want food, they want shade, they want to be let in and out and petted. But they also do things animals don't do, unless there's a direction to follow. The parrots, dumb, loud, territorial things, will stop mid-preen, turn their heads in perfect unison as if someone has walked into the room. Their beaks click in the same rhythm, eyes focused on a space between the cabinet and the wall, where nothing lives. The dog will wake up from a nap and follow a path across the living room with his head tilted, tracking a thing that no one else can see. If I walk past, they follow me the way the animal follows a person, but more often they behave as though there's something else in the house and it's not me. At some point, my brother slept in the room that used to be mine. When we were small, he refused to go to bed there. He'd sit in the hall in his pajamas, tell my parents he heard voices. Voices, plural. I remember him wrapped up against the radiator, eyes too alert for a 6-year-old. My parents let him sleep with them for months, until the incidents wore thin, and finally, they put him in my old room when I moved out. After that, he slept fine. Never a complaint again. I like that. The idea that a room could be offended, could be mollified by someone else's presence. I also like that it makes no sense. There's a whole floor of the house we don't use. It isn't haunted in the movie sense. No chains or shadowy figures that jump out of wardrobes. It just sits. There's a central hallway with a motion-activated light that the previous owner installed decades ago. When you walk up the stairs to the attic, you pass the landing, flash past the detector, and the bulb clicks on like a polite old-fashioned butler. I sleep in the attic now. The motion light has a sense of humor. It will come on when I'm within its range. That's what motion lights do. But sometimes in the middle of the night, it clicks on while no one's walking under it. I can stand in the attic and watch the stairwell flood with that thin yellow light, and there will be no footsteps, no shadow moving across the grain of the wood. Once it turned on 3 times in an hour. Each time it hummed, came on, and then stilled, as if it were checking to see if anyone wanted to return the greeting. Cold spots are the other thing. They're not drafts that have some explanation. They're pockets of air that announce themselves like a slap. You walk through a room, and the air on your skin grows sharp, like sticking your hand in a bucket of ice water. The attic is full of them. I put on extra blankets even in late spring because my feet will get cold no matter how many socks I wear. Once, halfway through the night, I woke because my face was numb. The window was closed. The cat was curled at the foot of the bed, breathing slow and steady. I lay there and counted the soft noises that it makes when a house sleeps. The heater sighing, the dog shifting downstairs, a car passing. And then I felt something brush the top of my head, a sensation like cold fingertips tracing the hairline. And the hair on my arms rose in a way that had nothing to do with fear, but everything to do with recognition. I used to sleep with the bedroom door cracked open. Now I shut it. And I still hear the house. Doors will click in the other wing at 2 a.m. The parrots will make a sound like someone clearing their throat and then fall silent. My brother once woke me in the middle of one of those nights. He stood in the doorway of my attic, eyes red, whispering that he'd heard someone call his name. I didn't go downstairs with him, and I told him not to talk about it, because we both understand how things get worse when you put words on them. People ask if I've ever been alone in the house when it does things. I tell them yes. There's a particular evening that I think about when the evidence of the house became a detail I couldn't ignore. I was making tea in the kitchen. It was a routine where your hands move while the rest of you drifts, autopilot. The dog was asleep by his bowl. The parrots were arguing about nothing in their cage, the same shriek that they use when someone walks into the room. I was halfway through stirring the tea when both parrots stopped. They turned, their heads cocked in perfect, painful symmetry toward the back door. The dog woke and sat up, ears forward, eyes on the same thin strip of space between the broom closet and pantry wall. For a full minute, everything in the house held still, the way that air does before a storm. No one opened the door. No one came into the kitchen. The light of the motion detector in the stairwell clicked on, slow, polite, and then turned off. The dog put his head down and went back to sleep like nothing had happened. The parrots resumed their debate. I carried my tea upstairs, hands shaking albeit, and I slept with the light on. Over the years, I've tried to catalog rational causes. I bought a new motion detector just to test the old one, and the new one behaved. The house's wiring has been inspected. The drafts have been sealed. I'm embarrassingly scientific about it all, keeping notes on my phone like a bad novel's protagonist. Time, animal behavior, bulb activation, weather. But the notes only collect evidence. They don't offer a theory that satisfies. Sometimes I think about the 2 sons that the house used to have. Maybe that scares me because it puts a fact next to a feeling, and they sit together like 2 strangers at a train station. Maybe that's what the house keeps. Echoes. Maybe those echoes live in the unused rooms or in the cold pockets, and in the way that the parrots will stare at nothing until you feel naked. Like someone removed a layer of the world that you don't get back. I'm really just sharing this because it pertains to what's always shared here. I'm not looking for closure. The house is what it is. You learn to live inside its moods the same way that you live with people who have a temper or bad days and small, aggravating obsessions. I have my rituals now. Extra blankets, leaving the starlight on in the deep hours, feeding the parrots at the same time every morning so they cannot surprise me by being awake. I tell myself that these rituals are rational, that they dull the edges. And yet, on some nights when the house settles, the neighborhood is a soft animal. The parrots will go quiet, and the motion detector will click, and a cold will come through the seams of the attic, like breath through a keyhole. I'll lie there, and I'll feel watched. Not by eyes that I can name, but by attention that belongs to a house that's outlived 3 centuries. It's patient. It knows how long to wait. It's been around the block a few times. I try to imagine moving. I really do. But then I stand in front of the dormer window and I watch snow fall in the lanes. And I remember my father fixing the porch light and my brother laughing at cartoons, my mother making food. I just think we're all so lucky to still have this house. And I think maybe the house is also a memory and stubbornness and all the small, loud ordinariness that makes up life. The animals follow things with their heads. The lights click at nothing. Cold lives in certain corners. But I've lived with these facts the same way that I've learned to live with the creaks. As part of a grammar you can learn to speak in. You can learn the house's language. But I don't think you should learn to answer it. Some nights, though, I whisper goodnight anyway. I don't really expect an answer. I guess I used to. But I've stopped waiting for one. I've lived in this old Victorian long enough to stop treating weird as an interruption and start treating it like another household appliance. The house isn't haunted in the way of shadow people or things at the foot of the bed. What lives in this house, if you want to call it living, is something much stranger. It copies people. Not just shows up as someone, but shows up as someone you know. Exact face, mannerisms, voice. Doppelgangers, I guess, if you want the folklore label. If you've read about doppelgangers, you probably know the big, dramatic versions. Doubles are omens, doubles that steal a life. I'm not really interested in the drama of it all. What I experienced were small, domestic intrusions that were more confusing than frightening. Like your reflection deciding to take a detour, hang out in your living room for 20 seconds. After a while, it stops being scary, just becomes oddly normal. Here's the thing that made me stop pretending it could be explained away by exhaustion or a draft, bad wiring. The webcam incident. I was a teenager at the time, chatting with my girlfriend online. Webcam up so she could see me fiddle with my hair so we could laugh at stupid stuff. The camera framed my shoulder, the stairwell on the left, the living room entrance on the right. My sister usually fell asleep in front of the TV and then shuffled up to bed later. Loud house, wooden stairs. You can't miss it. Except my girlfriend and I both watched the webcam and we saw my sister walk from the couch up the stairs, which was a mind bender because there was no sound. I didn't say anything. I just got up, tiptoed to the living room to check because it felt like the rule. If the house is doing weird, check the obvious first. She was passed out on the couch, exactly where she had been. I sat back down and asked my girlfriend, "Did you see that?" She said, "Yeah. Someone went up the stairs. Pretty sure it was your sister." We compared notes, blinked at each other, and then carried on as if it was the most practical thing in the world. But there was another time. All of us were loading into the car to go somewhere. My mom and I already buckled, my sister still inside. She finally walks out and gets in like nothing. She looks at me like I'm nuts. Later she says, "I yelled up the stairs. We're leaving, and I heard you yell back. Okay, I'll be down in a minute." I'd been sitting in the car the whole time. Nobody in the house had heard anything until she walked out. She swears she saw me. She swears that I answered. But I was in the car the whole time. Those are small ones. There are others that read more like touch memory than sight. My mom woke up one night convinced that someone was standing at the foot of her bed, tapping her foot. She says whoever it was faded out after a couple of seconds. but that it looked like me. I once woke up and had the sensation of someone tucked under the covers, pressed up against me, the way that my girlfriend used to. When I muttered, the blanket visibly deflated, like a hand withdrawing air. The pressure was gone. I never saw a face, just the shape of a being there and then not there. The weirdest that probably still gives me pause, after I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes and was carrying a little black kid everywhere, I went back to base after a holiday leave. My mom texted me the next day, "Is this yours?" and attached a picture of a black zip pouch with a diabetic kit tucked outside my sister's bedroom window, propped there like someone had placed it deliberately. My sister's room is on the second floor. No one in my extended family has diabetes. I'd never seen that kit, not that one, before. Someone had set a kit that matched my life in a place that made no sense. But when things happen enough, you try to categorize them. I read the folklore, doubles as omens, twin phantoms, reflections gone rogue. I read the rational stuff too. Sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, memory confabulation. All of that can and does explain some occurrences, but it doesn't explain a webcam recording two people watching the same impossible thing happen. Or this mysterious kit appearing like a calling card on a second floor sill. There's this gap between what I can prove and what keeps happening. What's happening the most is that I stopped absorbing the word scared. Fear is for things that you don't understand and think will harm you. After a decade of this, the weirdness settled into a smaller category. Curiosity with a low-level annoyance. Like, okay, the world occasionally splices in a scene from someone else's life and plays it in my living room. You shrug. You check the obvious. You leave a light on. You live. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't creeped out. The fact that they resemble or mimic the ones you love, it's strange. So I guess the acceptance doesn't mean I've stopped wondering. If the house is making copies, what purpose do they serve? Are they warnings? Just echoes? Or is the house using people who live there like pages in a book that it keeps rereading? Once in a quiet moment, my sister and I sat at the kitchen table, and we listed what we could remember. The exact words, the cadence of voices that weren't there, the small favors done that no one asked for. There was no consensus. Only pattern was the doubles were precise, down to the tiny things that make a person distinct. Their laugh, the way they say, okay, the half phrase that you always use when you're sleepy. I've told this to friends in bar rooms, strangers on online threads. Some people get upset on my behalf. Some people don't believe me. And some people want to offer scientific explanations and diagrams. A small number of folks write back with their own half-believed memories. A hand on an ankle, a neighbor's voice from the closet, a shadow that looked exactly like an uncle who died 20 years ago. There's a community, obviously, for this sort of thing. Weirdly human and comforting. You trade stories, feel less alone. The other thing is, the house doesn't seem malicious. The copies don't tear the curtain or try to drive us out. They're just small, domestic, annoyingly intimate. That's what unsettles me, though. The way whatever this is chooses to mimic ordinary life. It doesn't threaten. It infringes. It takes your kit and puts it on the sill. It sends you a delayed, "I'll be down in a minute," from an empty stairwell. It sits under your covers long enough to have the sort of body memory you can't explain. There's been times at night that I'll just stand at the top of the stairs and listen. The house hums with gravity and the slow, habitual noises of people who have lived there for too long. If you've ever made peace with a quirk in a partner, a weird laugh, an annoying bedtime habit, you understand the tone. It's a mixture of affection and irritation. You accept it because leaving would be a different kind of loss. So, I live with it. I keep my kit zipped when I'm home. I leave the webcam facing down sometimes because I like the privacy of not being watched, even by the house. When something happens, I check, I catalog, I tell the story later over a beer or in a thread. The house keeps making its mirrors, and I just keep living. I'm not brave exactly, but I'm not foolish either. I suppose I'm just tired enough to have stopped being surprised. Occasionally, I wonder if these kinds of things are a kindness in their own crooked way. A second chance to answer before the person actually walks into the room. A reflection that calls your name and waits politely for a reply. Or maybe they're just the house's way of cataloging us for its own private reasons. I don't know. I no longer expect a satisfying explanation. I only expect the next odd thing to show up in the doorway, like someone who's late for dinner and apologizes for the disturbance. Does that make me less afraid? Probably. Mostly it just makes me conversational about the fact that our lives are apparently recyclable. So my grandpa's told me a couple stories over the years that he swears up and down really happened. He's not the type of man to make things up for attention, and honestly, he tells them so casually it almost makes him creepier. Like he'll just shrug and go, "Yeah, that was weird," and move on. The nightgown. This was back when he and my grandma were still fairly young. He said he was lying in bed one night, reading before going to sleep. The hallway was in his line of sight from the bed, so he could see if someone walked by. He swears he saw my grandma walk past the doorway wearing a nightgown. Not just any nightgown either, like a pale, flowy one, which immediately struck him as strange because she literally never wore nightgowns, ever. He thought maybe she decided to try one on, but it still made him pause. A couple minutes later, she comes walking in from that side of the hallway in her normal clothes, no nightgown. She climbs into bed next to him like nothing's off. So he asks, "Why did you change? Why'd you take off your new nightgown?" She kinda chuckles, stares at him. "Hun, I don't wear nightgowns." And that was that. Just the kind of answer that makes you question if you're losing your mind. And he swears on everything that he saw her double. The second one, the computer. This one is less personal and more just physics-defying. They had an old desktop computer that sat in the middle of this large circular table in their basement. Grandpa made a point of telling me it was smack in the center of the table, not on the edge, not on an angle, nothing like that. It wasn't one of those wobbly card tables either. It was solid wood. One night, he and my grandma were upstairs when they hear this huge crash from the basement, like loud enough to make them both jump. They immediately run downstairs to see what fell. The computer's on the floor, completely wrecked. Grandpa said he just stood there staring because there was no way it could have toppled off on its own. It wasn't near any edge. There was no cat to knock it over. No one had been in the basement, and it wasn't like it slid. The thing was heavy, and the distance from the center of the table to the floor, it made no sense for it to just fall. He insists to this day that something pushed it, or picked it up and dropped it. He's told the story for years and never changes the details, never tries to embellish it. Just, the computer was in the middle of the table, and the next minute it was smashed on the basement floor. I lived in a house for 5 years that, if ghosts had personalities, had definitely been saddled with the sort of roommate from hell who leaves their dishes in the sink and steals your socks. Not violent, just petty and endlessly inconvenient. I'd come home from work and find the second floor window wide open in a rainstorm. I'd reach for a yogurt in the fridge and pull out a container with the lid half off, yogurt crusted around the rim, like someone had been there in a hurry. Little things, mostly. But these are the kinds of things that make you double-check your own memory, and then put a post-it on the fridge that reads, "You did not open this." At first, I tried to be reasonable. I blamed drafts. I blamed my own absent-mindedness. I even blamed the cat. The cat is culpable for many things. She is not culpable for everything. I taped down the windows. I put a bowl of baking soda in the fridge in case it was moisture. But the house had a theme, and once you identified it, it becomes impossible not to notice it. This place hated clocks. And by hated, I mean the house was personally invested in their destruction. There were cuckoo clocks, stained wood, little doors that popped open on the hour, that had worked for half a century. They ticked and coughed along like elderly relatives, and then, without warning, they'd stop dead. No winding problem. No spring snapped, just dead. Then there were the new, cheap wall clocks I bought to replace them. I'd throw batteries in like offerings, go to bed, and wake up to a kitchen full of quiet, and a clock that had eaten its battery like it was candy. By the end of that winter, I had an entire drawer of expired AAAs that still looked brand new. A battery graveyard. My watch is the thing I miss the least, but it's the first sabotage relic I remember clearly. I always slept with it on, bad habit, I know, but it's how I kept my phone out of reach when I wanted to pretend to sleep. One morning I rolled over and my wrist was naked. The watch lay on the floor beside my bed, with the crystal shattered. Metal band was bent like someone had stepped on it. I remember holding the broken thing in my palm and thinking annoyingly practical thoughts. Replace crystal, call the repair shop, sleep without watch on. And underneath all that, the tiny, embarrassed flutter of who moves my watch in the night. Then came the Kit Kat clock. That's what it would be called, because it was shaped inexplicitly and charmingly like a Kit Kat bar. Long, glossy, with perfect little rectangles. My sister bought it for me for Christmas. A ridiculous pop of plastic that made the kitchen feel like someone had smuggled a candy store into a mid-century decor. Well, 2 weeks later, the house threw it. I was standing at the stove, stirring something that involved too much garlic for 7 p.m., when the cat did that twitch and stare thing that she does when a moth passes. Out of the corner of my eye, something airborne, long and chocolatey and absurd, flew across the kitchen. My brain filled in the motion with conspiratorial slow motion. Airborne Kit Kat. I turned. The clock lay in 1,000 bright plastic shards across the linoleum. Hands frozen at 6:50. For a second, I laughed, because what else do you do? And then I sighed, swept up the candy pieces, and walked to the living room, where the old wooden cuckoo clock had stopped again. Its door had shut as if it had decided on permanent retirement. The house sighed around me. House sounds, like a person settling in after a long day. I wanted to be mad, but I kept feeling like I was dealing with a particularly passive-aggressive relative. People give you advice for situations like this. Bless the house, light sage, call a priest, install an app that plays whale songs on a loop at 3 a.m. I tried practical things first. I swapped the batteries. I put up little talismans around the house. I unplugged everything except a floor lamp and stared at the lamp for a while because it felt like the grown-up thing to do. Nothing worked long-term. The clocks kept failing. The windows kept opening. And the cat continued to be responsible for some disruptions, but not the ones I was trying to explain. Some of the acts were almost affectionate in their spite. Once I came home to find all of my socks were sorted. Not lost, but bunched intentionally, in a neat pile by the door, like someone who wanted me to know that they'd been looking for them. And they found them. Once a page of my favorite book was folded down. It was folded on the exact sentence I needed to reread. The book had not been opened all day, and suddenly there was a corner bookmark mockingly precise. Little messages. A personality with time to bother with domestic details. Not a violent personality, or a threatening one. Just a roommate. A passive, aggressive roommate. The worst part wasn't the inconvenience. It was the way that it made me tack my life into small, defendable boxes. I stopped leaving things where I liked to leave them. I put cling wrap over my leftovers, even when I meant to eat them the next day. I took a picture of the Kit Kat clock and showed it to my friends like a punchline. The house hates confectionery decor, I'd say. They'd laugh, and then, because we all have that itch for the weird, they'd ask the things they always ask. Did you try this list of rituals? Yes, I'd say. I tried. Nothing stuck. There was one night, a few months after the Kit Kat incident, where I basically had enough of sitting on the edge like I had a grumpy roommate. I stood in the kitchen with 2 coffees and a plan. I would not be sabotaged tonight. I set a cheap digital clock on the counter, one that looked like it was a utilitarian box. And I watched it like a hawk while I boiled water for my noodles. For 1 glorious hour, it ticked. For 1 hour, the house offered no opinion. And then at 2:02 a.m., my cat leapt up, knocked the clock onto the floor, and walked away with the expression of someone who'd just finished a job. I picked up the clock half annoyed, half resigned, and for the first time I laughed until I cried. It was ridiculous and perfectly on brand. The house had not been forceful. It had merely redirected the agency through the cat's paws. Subtle, efficient, bossy. I did eventually move out, because 5 years is a long time to live with a roommate who doesn't respect batteries. I still find myself making little rituals when I visit other houses, though. Tap the mantle, check the window latches, leave a clean plate in case someone is picky. Sometimes I miss the weirdness. Not the petty theft of time, or the smashed watch, or soggy windows, but the uncanny personality of it all. There was a rhythm to living with a place that kept correcting itself, and in its own maddening way, watching out for the edges of my life. Honestly, if ghosts are going to haunt something, I'd rather it be a nitpicky, borderline catty presence that throws my novelty clocks off the wall than one that's out for blood. At least one could be reasoned with, sort of. As for the Kit Kat clock, I took it as a compliment. The house had opinions, it had taste, and it was petty as hell, which, frankly, is more relatable than anything else I can think of. I'm sure some of you on here are familiar with Naked and Afraid, the show. Well, I recently binged the XL series. Basically, naked people go out into the wilderness and try to survive with very little in the way of tools. They get to bring 1 item each. Sometimes they get a pot for boiling water. Most people bring machetes, fire starters, or mosquito nets, and everything else must be acquired in the wild. It sounds ridiculous, and maybe some of it is fake. I really don't know, but it's also addictive. I mean, these people are stark naked, no shoes, no nothing. But then they go out there and build shelters, collect resources, and many contestants make it all the way to the end. Sometimes that's 40 days, sometimes it's 60. Either way, it's insane. It's one of those things that makes you think, gosh, I wonder if I could do that. Well, spoiler alert, I could not. I only wanted to try for a weekend just for fun, just to see what it was like. When I got a nice secluded spot in the woods, I stripped down just like in the show. Then I took 3 steps and decided to put my shoes back on. The ground was covered in stickers, rocks, painful roots. There was just no way. When I went to sit down, the reality of what it meant to have my naked bits touching the ground set in, and I put my pants back on. At that point, it felt ridiculous to walk around topless, so I decided it was unnecessary to emulate every part of the show. Once my clothes were back on, I decided to get water from a nearby creek. It looked absolutely disgusting, even after I boiled it. There was no way that I was going to put that into my body. None. Luckily, I brought emergency bottled water and drank that instead. What's one more concession? The real challenge would be building a shelter and finding food. Now, I went into this knowing I wasn't going to kill some poor animal just so that I could pretend I was on a reality show. But there are plenty of fruits and berries in the area I visited. Theoretically, food should have been the easy part. It wasn't. I got lost. But Alicia, your phone has GPS. Yes, but I was playing a stupid game, so I left my phone at the campsite. That's how smart I am. I had been to that area before, but never ventured quite so far. Nothing looked familiar. I didn't leave any kind of trail to follow back. I kept thinking that I would find food just around the next bend, and then suddenly I was miles away from my campsite. Eventually I saw a building through the tree line and wept with joy. I had no flashlight, so I was going to be a whole different kind of screwed once it got dark. I ran to the clearing and found an old church building with a small graveyard behind it. I was very disheartened to learn that there were no people around. I searched inside the chapel and found nothing of use, just a few short rows of pews. In the daylight, it was a picturesque setting, like something out of a rustic painting, but I had a feeling that wouldn't be the case in an hour. I was relieved to see that there was a dirt road I could possibly follow to some sort of civilization. But alas, that too was a bust. I walked as far as I could, but the sun was working against me. I had to choose between going back to the church and sheltering for the night, or continuing down an unknown road into total darkness. I chose the church. By the time I made it back, the sun had completely set. The only light came from a small, starry patch in the overcast sky. The church was almost pitch black inside, so all I could do was feel for a pew and lay down. The hardwood hurt my back and my ass instantly. The thought of sleeping till morning was the only thing keeping me calm, and now that was gone too. I cried like a child. I was full on sobbing, having one of those what the fuck is wrong with me moments. I do that kind of shit all the time. I think something looks fun, so I dive in 100% without an ounce of research, and then I screw myself over. Every single time. After a few minutes, I thought my sobs were echoing. It sounded like a second person had started crying outside, but when I stopped, it stopped. The first time I thought that I was losing my mind, but after it happened a second and third time, I was sure. I wasn't hearing myself. This was from an entirely different person. I felt my way to the door and called out. No one answered, but something took a few steps closer in my direction. That's when the fear set in. There wasn't even starlight to see by. It was just black. I hadn't thought about the reasons someone would be sneaking around in the dark. It wasn't very likely that someone else just so happened to get lost on the same night. Also, without a flashlight. I didn't know what to do. I stood there frozen. I'm not sure for how long, probably only a minute or two. But then the crying suddenly started again. It was loud and mournful. It sounded like the source was standing right next to me. Imagine someone is crying on your shoulder. It was exactly that. I reached out for whoever it was. I felt like if I could just get my hands on them, they would have to explain themselves or kill me. Either way, I had to know what I was dealing with. I couldn't handle the uncertainty, but I only grabbed air. I swear I reached through the sound. There's no way I didn't at least brush against someone standing that close. Then I remembered the graveyard, and I got really scared. My dumbass not only got lost in the woods, I got stranded in a haunted church. Who the fuck does that? I ran back inside, slammed the door behind me, like it would actually help if a ghost were chasing me. I sat down right against the door and I didn't move for a long time. Once the crying stopped, it didn't start again, and I was finally able to calm down a little. Eventually, I decided to feel my way back to the pew, but when my hand found one, it felt wrong. The arms were standard pew arms, smooth wood with slight curves like you'd see in any church. As I probed further, I realized something was on top of the arm and lifted it with both hands, trying to get a feel for what it could be. I really don't know how to describe it outside of saying exactly what I think it was. It was a skeletal hand, 4 fingers, a thumb, a goddamn hand. Not a living one, of course. Whatever I held was definitely dead. When I pulled, it was like pulling on a body, and it fell toward me. I let go and jumped back, expecting to hear it hit the ground, but there was no sound at all. I wasn't brave enough to go feeling around again, so I made my way back to the door, leaned against it until there was enough sunlight to hit the road. It was absolutely the longest night of my life. Sometimes the floors would creak or there would be a sound outside, but nothing seemed to get close to me. When there was finally enough light to see my surroundings, I could confirm there was no skeleton present in the chapel, nor anything else that I could have mistaken for one. It seems like a completely normal church, and outside there was a peaceful little cemetery, no trace of the previous horrors in sight. I ended up walking down the road for over an hour before a nice old lady stopped and asked if I needed help. She took me back to my campsite where I promptly packed my things and got the hell out of there. A few years ago, a guy that I'd been dating called me in the middle of the night. His name is Pierre, and that night, he and his friend Eric had taken a variety of drugs. They'd had far too much of probably everything, and by the time Pierre's number lit up my home screen, he was in the middle of a bad trip, and Eric was no longer with him. But he couldn't remember how or when they'd lost one another. His jittery, scared voice was endearing in a way that I couldn't really describe. We were early in our relationship, and I still had those butterflies, so I was eager to jump into action and go rescue him. I asked where he was. He told me that he was hiding in a bush behind a gas station. Okay, those obscure coordinates were actually pretty helpful, because there's only one gas station on the reservation. So I'm like, bet, I'm gonna come pick you up. My house was about 15 minutes from the reservation, and then probably another 7 to the gas station itself. Keeping Pierre on the phone, I got in my car, and I started driving his way. I asked him why he was hiding in the bushes, but his whispers were too close to the mic, making it sound all garbled. I told him to get his mouth off the phone and speak slower. But even then, at that time, I didn't understand what Wendigo meant. He started to get worked up on the phone again. I tried to calm him down, repeating that everything's okay, I'm on my way. When I got to the reservation lines, it was eerily quiet that night. The houses I drove by all had their lights off, even the outside lights. There's already not many street lights on the sidewalks out there, not many sidewalks either. That being said, it was extremely dark. My headlights and the big moon were the only things glowing out there. That was until I got closer to the town center, and the gas station looked like a quest beacon. On the phone, I can hear Pierre saying, "Is that you? Is that your car?" But I can't immediately see what bush he's in. Then I hear him start to get all riled up, breathing heavy. He says, "It found me." I start to drive the perimeter of the gas station, and as I round the corner, there's a huge deer just standing there super still, next to a blue metal trash bin. It didn't react when my headlights shined on it. The deer's eyes stayed fixated on a patch of bushes right behind the bin. I said, "Bingo. Pretty sure I know what bush you're in, Pierre." I throw the car into park, but I leave the keys in the engine. Then Pierre says, "Don't get out. Stay there." Hearing that makes me think, oh cool, I'm gonna see him crawling out of the bushes. I wouldn't have to crawl in to get him. A few seconds go by and I don't see any movement from the bushes in front of me. The deer catches my attention again. Its jaw was moving like it had been eating out of the trash, and I wondered what it was chewing on. I was shocked to see parts of the deer's jawbone were fully exposed through torn skin. Its whole body looked damaged, like it had recently had a run-in with a cougar. The fur was patchy. Some of it could have been hanging there simply from the amount of blood that had caked on the skin, like camouflage skin with brown and gray, red blotchy patterns. The jaw wasn't the only bones exposed either. I could see parts of its ribs. The deer was deathly thin as it was, but there were gaps that were missing from it, like bites had been taken out of it. The more I looked at it, the more injuries I couldn't help but notice. I didn't understand how this thing was still alive, standing. It was really sad to look at. I love animals, and seeing this poor deer broke my heart. But it didn't act like the wounds affected it. The antlers on its head weren't like anything I'd ever seen either, and my sympathy turned to something else. I'd always known deer antlers to spread out almost like tree branches, but the horns on this one looked like sharpened spears, all tilted in the same direction, like a spike pit, jetting forward from its head. None of what I was looking at sat right with me. The more I looked at it, the more I began to feel fear over anything else. I got nervous that Pierre would burst out from the bushes at any moment, spook the deer, and in turn it would impale him with its antlers. I started to feel my heart race and anxiety set in. I was breathing just as hard as Pierre was on the phone. There was still a part of me that didn't want to honk the horn to get the deer to leave. As unsettling as it looked, I didn't want to startle it, have it hurt itself more, or hurt someone else. It wouldn't budge, though. Even when I put the car into drive and slowly crept up to it, the sound of my approaching tires on the ground wasn't enough to perk an ear in my direction. With how shredded it looked, I began to think that it may also have been deaf. Only way to find out was to honk. I pressed my hand to the center of my steering wheel and slowly begin to apply pressure until I hear the horn squeak. I can also hear its echo through the phone, meaning Pierre was very close. I hadn't laid eyes on him yet, though. The first honk didn't affect the deer in the slightest. A heavier push didn't either. I then tried hitting my horn full blast, intending to stay in that position until the deer showed any sort of reaction. I counted 3 seconds laying on the wheel before the deer finally turned its head slightly. Now its eyes were looking in my direction. Not just my direction, but the deer locked eyes with me. There's an unnecessary detail I usually choose to omit in this story, because just the deer itself was overall terrifying. Not one part of it looked soft or pettable, but the eye that it was staring back at me with, it looked almost human. I don't know. There was a lot of white area around the BB-sized black pupil, looking right at me, like eyes behind a mask. Though what I was staring at clearly wasn't a mask, I honked again, and its head tilted a little further my way. There was a bend in its neck, like the bones underneath were broken, and its head shifted with a sickening bobble and grinding sound as it turned towards me. The deer had all of the features of late decomposition, and I had an abrupt realization that the thing standing in front of my car wasn't what I thought it was. Its body and hooves stayed pointed toward the bushes, but its head had turned almost 90 degrees to face me head-on. Here's another unnecessary detail. I'm not religious. I've never felt the warmth of Jesus. And up until that night, I'd logically say that I've never felt the warmth of the latter. But looking at that deer, the way that it made me feel, I believed without a doubt a voice in my head told me, hey, that feeling's because I'm in the presence of something pure evil. Literally an indescribable, once-in-a-lifetime sensation, like seeing a UFO or discovering that the tooth fairy's real or something. but instead of a childlike excitement, I felt a childlike sense of horror. Small, helpless, unable to comprehend what was going on. Like my vocabulary didn't have the words for what I was looking at. My mind was emptied of any ideas of what to do next besides tremble. But then Pierre surfaced from the bushes at a full tilt sprint. He wasn't sprinting towards my car, but a quick glance in my direction let me know that he at least saw me there. With its head still twisted towards me, the deer's body takes off in the opposite direction, in pursuit of Pierre. Its head was still pointing at me when it turned the corner. I tell myself I need to put the car into drive, and I search for the gear shift like I was driving the family minivan. Truly disoriented, I couldn't figure out where it was. My inside voice was screaming too loudly for me to make thoughts. Building ideas was like a house of cards I kept knocking down, interrupting myself with that inside voice screaming, "Oh my God, that evil thing looked at me. How do I get this out of park? Oh my God, that evil thing looked at me. I need to get out of here." And then boom. Pierre dives into the back seat of my car. He grabs the automatic stiff shift in between the seats in front of him. Almost like the drugs he was on gave him a psychic ability to know exactly what I needed. It could have been seen as a reckless maneuver, acted on by a man tripping. Either way, he's screaming, "Go, go, go," and my foot moves off the brake onto the gas, and I'm locked in like Fast and Furious. The deer didn't chase after the car, but in the rearview mirror, what I'd been calling a deer was standing upright, and it looked like its chest cavity was split open. The amount of light provided at the gas station reflected off the textured rib cage. It watched our car until we were out of view, and I could no longer see it from the mirrors anymore. So, later, Pierre tells me that we encountered something called a Wendigo, and I'm pretty sure that it constitutes as a cryptid. So I'm not trying to deceive anyone, just wanting a cryptid story, because that's where that part of the story mostly ends. No matter what happened after, that part was the cryptid portion. But if you're interested in what happened to Pierre's friend, Eric, I've told this part so many times I could sum it up to the details because it's a terrible, unfortunate situation all by itself. That being said, I'm not looking for anyone to be like, "Wow, this girl must be a bitch because she's talking about it so casually." But I need it to be known, if only for my shallow ego. I'd only been dating Pierre for a few months, and I had no clue who Eric was at the time, and it's all incredibly tragic. But in terms of shaken to the core, life-changing, that was the Wendigo, hands down. This was, well, incredibly tragic. So, that night, I drove Pierre back to my house. Remember, I'm completely sober. And after the 15-minute drive home, I kinda came back down to earth a little bit. And I knew that Pierre was still tripping pretty hard in the back seat. So when we got home, I pulled him out of the back seat of my car, and the front of his shirt was covered in blood. I think that it's his blood, but checking him up and down in the bathroom, I can't see any visible cuts or scrapes on his body. He didn't know where it came from either. It was weird. But it had been a weird night, and this had been the least of it, so I let it go. Pierre couldn't sleep that night, and I was forced to stay awake with him on account of it. The question of whose blood was on the shirt, it would be answered by a group of police officers kicking my cheap front door off its hinges with an arrest warrant for Pierre. Because before he'd been chased by the Wendigo, and hours before he'd called me to pick him up, he and Eric would take a lot of drugs, P included. Well, on account of all that, Pierre stabbed his friend upward of 75 times, maybe, with one of those wine bottle corkscrew things. He didn't even remember doing it, but literally still had the murder weapon stuffed into his pocket of his jeans. All of this completely unrelated to the Wendigo incident, but that whole part usually gets omitted because people only want to hear about the murder case or ask if the Wendigo was a shared hallucination. Some people even insinuating that I was right there with him all night, doing drugs and uncorking his friend. It all just feels like a bit too much, all at once. I'm sure if you've made it here, you understand what I mean. And yes, I broke up with him while he was in jail. Our first phone call was the last. I know Pierre didn't get a full life sentence in prison, some big number though. But he can outlive it, I know that. But I guess he's none of my business past this. And now it's none of all of our business, and you can move on with your life just like I did. In 2007, I spent a semester aboard the Nereus, a privately funded deep-sea research submarine designed to test new sonar mapping equipment and long-term humid submersion protocols. It was supposed to be the next big leap into ocean exploration, pressurized for extreme depths, outfitted with luxury bunking, and by a small team of hand-picked specialists. I was 23 and brought on as a communications intern, which really meant that I took notes and fetched coffee for the engineers. The plan was to spend 10 days submerged in the Puerto Rico Trench, mapping previously unexplored terrain. We descended slowly, testing equipment at intervals. The further we went, the quieter things got, until we passed 25,000 feet. That's when we noticed the sound. At first, it was a low-frequency hum, too deep to register on most of our instruments, but it made my molars buzz. We joked about it, said maybe the Earth was snoring, but it didn't stop. The deeper we went, the stronger it got. Some of the others started getting headaches. One of the sonar techs had a nosebleed. We should have turned around. Instead, over the next few days, we pushed deeper. By the 5th day, we hit the trench floor. A desolate, ink-black world filled with silt and shadow. We were beyond the reach of light. Even artificial lighting seemed to get swallowed by the darkness. And that's when the real weirdness started down there. Our equipment began picking up anomalies. Strange sonar returns shaped like spires, rising hundreds of feet from the ocean floor. But nothing was visible through the viewing ports, just blackness. And those vibrating noises that now came in pulses. It was like sonar in reverse. Not something we were sending out, but something that was scanning us. Captain Dupree tried brushing it off as geological activity, said gas pockets and crust shifts could explain the pulses. But by then, people were unraveling. One of the engineers started crying, refused to leave her bunk. Another guy kept whispering that he saw movement in the shadows outside the port glass. Huge shapes that didn't make noise, but left trails in the silt. On the 7th day, one of the external camera feeds started showing interference. At first, just static. Then flashes of something massive passing overhead. No one could agree on what it was. A fin, a spine, a set of glowing ridges. We slowed all operations. Everyone was on edge. That night, though night didn't really seem to mean much down there, I woke up to someone screaming. It was the comms officer, pounding on the sealed airlock hatch, begging to be let out. He kept saying that he heard someone calling his name from the ocean. He swore his mother was outside, just past the glass, telling him to open the hatch. They sedated him. The next morning, he was gone. No alarms, no breach, no alerts from the internal sensors. Just gone. As if he walked through the steel and left nothing behind, except for his uniform, which was folded on his bunk. We searched the whole vessel, and we found no one. Captain Dupree tried to contact Surface Command. Our signal couldn't get through. We were too deep, he said, and the solar flare activity might be affecting the satellite link. It felt like bullshit. And then we started hearing voices over the intercom, static-laced, garbled, but unmistakably human. The problem was, We weren't transmitting anything. Every voice that came through said the same phrase, "Not alone." It happened once every few hours, always the same line, always the same voice. None of us recognized it. On day 9, we began ascending, slowly, too slowly. Our ballast tanks weren't responding properly, and propulsion was limited. Something felt like it was holding us there. The pulses intensified, and so did the hallucinations. I woke up to find Dupree sitting in the control room with the floodlights pointed straight out into the void. He said if we just looked long enough, we'd understand. That's when I saw them. Hundreds of tiny reflections, like eyes, blinking in the dark. We reached 12,000 feet before we lost power. Completely. No lights, no engines. Just the emergency battery keeping life support running and emergency lights flickering. The walls of the sub started to creak. Something heavy was pushing against us from the outside. It didn't make sense. We were pressurized for depths even beyond this, but I swear the hull began to flex, like it was breathing, expanding and contracting in rhythm with the pulses. We drifted there for what felt like a full day. No one spoke. Most of us didn't sleep. I sat in the galley, holding a wrench I didn't know how to use in case something got in. Then suddenly, power, full system, lights back, motors engaged, cameras reset, but half the crew was gone. Vanished. No signs of damage, no breaches, just bunks with impressions in the sheets. The sonar was clear. Nothing nearby. Just a clean, flat trench and miles of empty water. Panic ensued with the remainder of us. And when we lost the power again, I wasn't sure I was going to make it. I thought, that's the end. I'm gonna just disappear, vanish. But when the power returned, moments later, everyone was back. The crew entirely intact. When those of us that had remained asked the missing where they'd gone, they had no idea what we were talking about. To them, they'd been there the entire time. We surfaced 16 hours later. Coast Guard met us, took statements, ran tests. We weren't allowed to speak to each other after that. They split us up, NDA'd the hell out of everyone. The official story is that we experienced carbon dioxide exposure and had severe shared hallucinations. That the missing crew had never indeed been lost, but were due to internal psychotic episodes, and they had staged their own exits, somehow, deep underwater, without triggering an alarm. And then returned, also without triggering an alarm. Honestly, I don't know what the hell happened down there. So I was technically happy to sign an NDA. I never wanted to really talk about it again. I guess not until now. Seems kind of far-fetched to even ask if anyone's had an experience like this, but I am curious. What have you experienced 10,000 feet and below? When I was in high school, I spent part of summer break with my best friend and his family in the countryside of Japan. His grandparents lived in a small, traditional home surrounded by quiet roads and dense trees. They gave me my friend's mom's old childhood room to sleep in. It was simple, floor mattress, desk, a couple of shelves, and there was this wall closet that looked like it had been built into the room decades ago. But the thing that always caught my attention was this other door. Small, maybe 1.5 feet tall, maybe 3 feet wide. It was built into the wall just above the closet. I remember thinking the design was strange, almost like a compartment that wasn't meant to be found. At first, I didn't think too much of it. I was too jet-lagged. The heat and humidity made sleeping a challenge anyway. I'd stayed up late, tossing and turning, scrolling on my phone until the early hours. But I noticed that whenever I turned the lights off at night, something about that small closet space made me uncomfortable. The shadows in the room settled naturally everywhere except that one spot. It always seemed darker there, heavier. After a while, I started to adjust to the time difference and was finally getting some sleep. But one morning, toward the end of the second week, I woke up and noticed that the little door was open, just slightly, about an inch or two. Nothing too crazy. But I was sure that it had been closed before. I got up, closed it gently, figured maybe it hadn't been latched all the way and just came loose. Still, I couldn't help but stare at it for a while afterward, like I was trying to convince myself it was just old hinges and nothing more. A couple nights later, I woke up in the middle of the night. No real reason, no sound or jolt, just this wave of discomfort that crept in the second my eyes opened. The room was dim, kind of dark, where you can barely make out shapes. But the first thing I noticed was the small door was open again, only this time it wasn't cracked. It was wide open, and inside of it, whatever was behind that door, was pitch black. Not shadowy, not dark like the rest of the room, just black, like it swallowed all the light. That's when I realized I was frozen. I'd never experienced sleep paralysis before. I'd only read about it, heard people talk about it. But this was something else. I couldn't speak. I couldn't shift my weight. I was locked in place. My heart was pounding, and my eyes were fixed on the opening above the closet. I couldn't see anything inside, but I could feel it. The darkness wasn't just visual. It was a feeling, like it was reaching out, stretching toward me in a way that I can't explain. Not fast, not slow, just steady. Like something was aware of me, like something wanted to be seen, but was waiting for me to truly look. I don't remember falling asleep after that. I must have. I woke up in the morning with the door tightly shut again, just like it had never happened. I didn't say anything at first. I didn't want to sound crazy, and honestly, I wasn't even sure I believed it myself. But later that day, I brought it up to my friend. Kept it casual, just asked if he remembered that weird little door in his mom's old room. He paused and then kind of laughed. Did it open on its own? I nodded. His smile dropped a bit. My mom said the same thing happened to her growing up. She always said that there was something off about that room, something in the walls. Now you know why I gave it to you. When we got back home at the end of the trip, I saw his parents again. His mom sort of teased me in a way that adults do when they already know the answer to a question. So, she said, handing me my suitcase. I heard you met the ghost. She was smiling, but her eyes were serious. She glanced at her son, then back at me. That little door used to open for me too, you know. She said this almost like it was nothing. It was always in the middle of the night, and it was always darker than the rest of the room. It really gave me the creeps growing up. She didn't offer anything else, just gave me a knowing look, like she wasn't surprised at all. I didn't ask any follow-up questions. I think part of me didn't want to know more. I've been collecting and working with haunted dolls for 7 years now. I've had so many things happen. Even just last night, one of the spirits turned my lamp on and then off, but others have opened and closed my door. My downstairs door shuts every night at the same time. Every night I hear knocks and footsteps, and our toilet seat is slammed down a couple of times. I talk with them through a spirit box. And I've also had them touch motion-censored cat toys and turn on the flashing lights during our sessions. I've been selling them as well for almost 3 years now. There are so many different types. The positive, negative, and even non-human types, although those are incredibly rare. It's never a dull moment here. The non-human entities are much stronger, much more intelligent. They also behave in very negative ways, causing fear, depression, anger. Initially, they'll be drawn to these emotions, and then they will feed off of them and grow stronger, causing more of these emotions. Look for the intent on the activity. Do you feel extremely fearful? Do you feel like they're intelligent? You could tell their intelligence and strength by how and what objects they can move. If they're big objects, that takes a lot of energy. Human entities would only be able to do such things occasionally, and for a reason, as this drains them. I'd look for any marks on the body. Scratches, especially in threes, are a good indicator. Anything in threes is a mocking of the Trinity. Activity happening at 3 a.m., 3 scratches, 3 knocks, etc. If one of these examples are happening, watch to see if any other examples follow or apply. When I worked with a demonic entity, they would present in ways that terrified me the most. They also tricked me by mimicking my partner's voice in another room. I woke up with scratches, horrible nightmares, physically ill. When I left the house, I felt so much better. I've always been a rather explain-it-away type. You know the kind. Lights flicker, must be bad wiring, footsteps in an empty hall is old pipes, shadows moving, trick of the light. It's not that I wanted to disprove everything. I just never saw the point in jumping to ghosts or demons when logic usually did the job. But this is a story that made me shut my mouth. It happened about a year ago. I was house sitting for a friend, an old place out in central Pennsylvania. Not quite rural, but definitely quiet. 2 stories, drafty, and full of antique furniture that her mom had collected over the years. She told me her mom believed in bad spirits and even kept some kind of protective charm over the upstairs hallway light. I remember rolling my eyes when she pointed it out, but hey, she was paying me to feed the cat and water the plants. I wasn't about to argue over superstitions. The first night was fine, second night too, but on the third, something changed. It started just after midnight. I was upstairs getting ready for bed when I heard a sharp knocking sound. 3 taps, right at the bedroom wall behind me. Not the door, the wall. I froze and waited. Knock, 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 again. I walked into the hallway and nothing. Just silence and that hallway light overhead. It was flickering now, even though it had been fine earlier. I figured maybe the wiring was bad, a faulty bulb, and I went back to the bedroom. But that's when the smell hit me. Sulfur, very distinct, thick and heavy, like someone had lit a match and let it burn in their hand. The cat, normally a shadow at my feet, bolted from the room and wouldn't come back in. And then the air shifted and got even heavier, like I'd stepped into a sauna. Only there was no heat, just pressure. I sat on the edge of the bed trying to steady myself when the mirror across the room fogged. It just fogged up. No steam, no breath, nothing around it, but on the glass, I could see shapes, fingers, 4 of them, dragging down the mirror slowly from the top, like something was behind the glass, watching. And then the knocking started again, but this time, from inside the closet. I didn't go near it. I didn't say anything. I just sat there, listening to the knocking. It turned into a scratching. Long, deliberate strokes. like nails dragging across wood. And then a voice so low, I thought it was in my own head at first. It didn't say words, just made a sound that shouldn't come from a throat. It was wrong. I left that room, slept in the car with the cat on my lap. When I told my friend what happened the next day, she gave me a look and said, "You didn't touch the charm in the hallway, did you?" I hadn't, but it had fallen, shattered even, on the floor. And above it, carved into the ceiling beam, were 3 marks, deep, like they'd been clawed at. After seeing that, I didn't go back inside the house. Not after what had happened with the charm, the mirror. I finished the job from the driveway. I fed and gave the cat water through an open window. I told my friend something had spooked me, and that I'd rather not house it again. She laughed it off, said her mom would have loved to hear that I'd been scared, but I didn't find it funny. But here's the part that's harder to admit. Whatever was in that house, I don't think it stayed there. Just a couple days after I got home, things started happening. It was minor at first, like waking up at 3:15 every morning without fail. Eyes wide open, no dream to blame. A bulb in my hallway started flickering. Same timing every night. Always 3:15. I replaced it. It kept happening. Eventually, I just took it out, stopped walking past it in the dark. But then there was a voice. Not outside. Inside my apartment, right next to my bed. So low and close I could feel it. It didn't whisper this time. "You." My stomach flipped, my vision tunneled, and I couldn't move. Not for a while. The next day, I burned the clothes that I'd worn in that house. I washed everything else with vinegar or salt, whatever I could Google at 2 a.m. I'm not proud of it. But when you've heard and felt something breathe without lungs, you start looking for answers in places that you once rolled your eyes at. It hasn't come back, not fully and not yet. But sometimes the light in my apartment flickers for no reason. I'll change it out and same thing. Sometimes I find a mirror fogged, and even though the air is dry, it's fogged. Sometimes I swear I hear footsteps from inside my closet, followed by a silence that isn't really silence. It's just waiting. I still don't believe in demons or ghosts per se, but I know that what's happened, it's strange and like nothing I've ever experienced before. I've got 2 stories, not super dramatic, but both moments that still make my skin crawl when I think about them. The first happened at home. I was in bed, hovering in a weird in-between state, not fully asleep, not fully awake. You know the place. Everything's a little floaty, and the lines between dreaming and reality start to blur. And that's when I felt a hand on my hip, just resting there, warm but familiar. Then, soft kisses on my shoulder and the back of my neck. The kind of thing that would have been romantic if it wasn't like way too late for that kind of attention. I remember mumbling, "Really? Now?" Thinking it was my husband making a move after we'd already been laying in silence for what felt like forever. I opened my eyes and saw his back. He was facing away from me, breathing slow and steady, dead asleep. I froze. The kisses had stopped, but I could still feel the pressure of a hand, firm and steady, right on my hip. I didn't move, didn't say anything. I just laid there, too scared to even sit up, until eventually whatever I'd felt, or whatever had felt me, let go. I didn't tell my husband about it until the next morning, and even then I played it off like a weird dream. But I know what I felt, and I know I wasn't dreaming. The second thing happened at work. I was a nurse working nights at the time. It was around 2 a.m. Most of the floor was quiet, patients asleep, lights dimmed, the usual low hum of machines and nighttime stillness. I was doing my rounds, walking past an unoccupied room, when I noticed the TV inside was on. Now, that wasn't totally unheard of. Sometimes a tech forgets to turn it off during cleaning, or the remote gets wedged right in between and flips itself on. Still, I figured I'd just step in and shut it off. No big deal. I stepped 1 foot into the room, didn't even fully enter, and that's when the TV said, clear as day, "Good morning, Alice." That's my name. The voice wasn't part of a commercial. It wasn't a news anchor or a show host. It was talking to me. The tone was flat, almost mechanical. But the timing, it couldn't have been a coincidence. I didn't shut the TV off. I backed out, closed the door, and just stood there in the hallway staring at it for a few minutes before walking away. I switched to day shifts not too long after that. I inherited a laundromat that I didn't want. Uncle Ray passed away in February. Quiet guy, never married, no kids. The man who never showed up to a family function, but always sent birthday cards with a crisp 20 inside. All I really knew about him was that he ran this 24-hour laundromat just off the interstate and didn't trust banks. So when the attorney told me that he'd left the whole thing to me, including the land, I figured that I'd drive down, look it over, and probably sell it. I wasn't expecting the place to still be open. It was just past 11 p.m. when I pulled into the gravel lot. A fluorescent open sign was still buzzing in the window, and 2 of the machines were spinning inside. I walked in and was hit with that familiar detergent and metal smell, like heat and soap, and something slightly burnt. The air was dry, and there was no one behind the counter, no customers, just the hum of old appliances doing their thing. There's a long mirror across the back wall, and I caught my own reflection. Half-lit, road-tired, and deeply uncomfortable. I don't know why, but the place felt homey and eerie. I hit the bell on the front counter. No answer. And that's when I noticed the dryer in the back corner. Number 6. A different model than the others. Slightly rounder, older, almost retro. All the others were beige, but this one was steel gray with flaking red letters. The door had a tiny dent in it, like someone had kicked it in, and unlike the rest, it had no coin slot. Just a faded yellow sticker that read, "Do not use, not in service." It was the only dryer making noise. I walked over, expecting to see it rattling or glitching, but no, it was running smoothly. A soft thump, thump, thump sound came from inside, like something was rolling around. It wasn't plugged in. How is that possible? I opened it and it stopped instantly. Inside was an old towel. It was blackened and burned on one edge, like it had been left too close to the space heater. The moment I touched it, the lights flickered twice, and then stabilized. I backed away and let the towel fall to the floor. That was the first night there. Over the next 2 weeks, weird stuff started happening. The cameras that I had installed for insurance kept cutting out between 2 and 3 a.m. The same machines would spin, washers 4 and 7 and dryer 6, when no one was in the building. I had a buddy who's an electrician. He looked at the wiring. He said the panel behind the dryer was wrong. When I asked what he meant, he just said that it didn't connect to the rest of the system. Said it looked patched into something older. I was staying in the little manager's office upstairs. One night I was jolted awake by what sounded like screaming, muffled. I ran downstairs with a bat, thinking maybe a homeless person had broken in or gotten stuck. The door was locked, no windows open, but dryer 6 was running again. Something inside of it was banging against the door inside, like fists, loud, desperate. I opened it. It was empty. No towels, nothing, just a faint burning smell and a warm trail of water pooling onto the floor. I don't scare easy, but I called my sister at 3 a.m. that night. I told her that I was thinking of settling everything as is. 2 days before I had someone lined up to come appraise the property, I found a box of receipts and logs in the storage closet, handwritten, going all the way back to 1978. My uncle had recorded every incident that had ever occurred in the laundromat. Mostly boring stuff, but near the back was a page titled, "The Fire, October 13th, 1983. I didn't know about the fire. Apparently, a local woman, single mom, worked nights, had fallen asleep waiting for her clothes to dry. Her 5-year-old daughter was with her. The wiring caught fire in the back. The place went up fast. They only ever found the mother. The girl was presumed dead, though her remains were never located. The report ended with, dryer 6 was the ignition point. Manufacturer claims they never made a model matching its description." I think Uncle Ray knew about the weirdness. I think he kept the laundromat running because it kept something contained. Like it was a prison cell that only worked if people were still using the other machines, feeding it quarters and cycles and time. I think the girl never left, or if she did, something else took her place. I often see dryer 6 spinning. I'm never surprised, but sometimes when I open it, I see that burned towel back inside. I don't even know if it's the same one, or how it gets in there. Probably time to get rid of this thing, but from what I've read, I think Uncle Ray tried that already. I'm tempted to keep things exactly as they are. I've already inherited this laundromat I didn't want. I don't want to inherit some bad luck by messing things up or changing things. So, I guess it just stays for now. This happened the summer my daughter turned 4. She was obsessed with her blue kiddie pool, the inflatable kind with cartoon sea creatures printed on the sides. I'd set it up in the backyard like I always did, half in the sun, half in the shade. A decent compromise so I didn't have to slather her with SPF 80 every hour. I filled the pool with a hose, tossed in a few plastic toys, and she splashed around for a solid hour while I read a book nearby. We went inside around lunch. She had a nap. The pool sat untouched for the rest of the day. And then around 6 p.m., I got a text from my neighbor, Janie. It said, "Hey, your kiddie pool is bubbling." I read it twice, confused. Bubbling? It wasn't plugged into anything. No jets or heater. There was no reason it should be doing anything other than sitting there being filled with stale hose water. So I went out to check, and sure enough, the pool was moving, rippling, almost violently, like something underneath was trying to get out. But there was no wind. The air was still. Even the wind chimes on the porch were quiet. At first I thought maybe a squirrel or a bird had gotten stuck under the liner, until the center of the pool bulged upward. I stood there. The bulge shifted, and from the waterlogged bottom of the pool, something began to press up, hard. I watched, completely still, as a small hand pushed against the plastic from underneath. Not a child's hand. This was something pale and long, It was almost gray. Its fingers, there was only 3 of them, tipped with tiny black points. It pressed against the pool wall for maybe a second, 2 at most, before slipping back down and disappearing. Then, like a balloon losing air, the pool deflated. The water drained out through some tears, leaking into the grass. A few of the toys floated to the edge and rolled out onto the ground. Eventually, I got close enough to peek under the pool. Nothing. There were no creatures, no holes, no animal, just soaked grass. The pool was in perfect condition, but even that seemed wrong. The grass, the patch in the middle, the exact spot where the hand had pushed up, it was too perfect. It wasn't flattened, just dry, as if the water had avoided it entirely. The soil beneath was cracked, like it hadn't seen moisture in months, even though I'd just dumped gallons of water onto it. I didn't say anything to Janie. What was I supposed to text back? Yeah, thanks for the heads up. There's a demon living in my backyard now. Instead, I just tossed the pool into the trash bin, tried to forget about it, decided I'd get a new one. The yard, however, wouldn't let me forget about it. That circle of dead grass never went away. No matter how much I watered it, reseeded it, dug it up, replaced the soil, it stayed dead. A perfect pale ring, maybe 3 feet across. The weeds and the bugs won't even live there. It's just this strange, stubborn patch of nothing. We stopped using that part of the yard altogether. My daughter didn't even really like to play near it anymore, which, that's scary. She said it gave her a sad tummy, which, honestly, same. The few times that people have pointed it out to ask what happened, we just said we weren't sure, that it's always been like that. Eventually, I convinced myself that it was just one of those weird things, maybe a gas bubble from under the soil, maybe some bizarre water pressure situation that tore the pool and nothing more. But the hand, the fingers, those I can't explain. I used to live alone in a small studio apartment. Nothing fancy, just a single room with a bed against one wall, a tiny kitchenette, and a window that overlooked a quiet street. It wasn't an old building, no tragic history or urban legends that I knew of, just an average place, the kind you'd barely remember after moving out, except for the whispering. The first time it happened, I was half asleep, drifting in and out of dreams, when I felt it, something murmuring softly in my ear. A low, breathy sound, unintelligible but right there. It wasn't the distant hum of the city outside or the neighbors through the walls. This was close, way too close. I startled awake, blinking into the dark, but the room was silent. Just the soft whir of the mini fridge and the occasional creak from the pipes. Probably just my imagination, I told myself. Some weird trick of my half-conscious mind. I turned over, pulled the blanket higher, and went back to sleep. But then it happened again. This time it yanked me awake. Not just the sound, the sensation. A rush of warm breath, tickling the fine hairs on my ear. My whole body went rigid. The whisper was gone the second my eyes snapped open, but I'd felt it. A physical presence, like someone had been there. I sat up. My apartment was small. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. Still, I scanned the room. My gaze flickering from the bathroom door to the shadowed corners near my bookshelf. Nothing. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was a lingering dream. Maybe the sensation was just my own pulse in my ear. Another trick, this time of my nervous system. Maybe. But the next time, I knew for sure. I'd gone to bed uneasy, my thoughts cycling back to those strange wake-ups. I told myself I was just on edge, that I'd be fine if I'd stopped thinking about it. But deep down, I was waiting for it to happen again, and it did. A whisper, not words, just a low, urgent sound. But this time, I wasn't groggy. This time I woke up fully, instantly, and I wasn't alone. I didn't see anything, not exactly, but I felt it. Something standing at the side of my bed. Not just an impression, not just paranoia. There was weight to the air, a pressure, like the presence of someone looming too close. My whole body locked up and I didn't move. I don't even think I was breathing. I just stared at the ceiling, heart pounding, every inch of me screaming to run, to move, to do anything. But I couldn't. Then the whisper came back. Not at my ear this time. Above me, like someone leaning over. I bolted upright, gasping, and slapped the light on so fast I nearly knocked the lamp over. The room was empty. Completely, utterly empty. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I turned the TV on, let the voices fill the room, forced myself to stay awake until the sun came up. And after that, it never happened again. Not the next night, not ever. Like it knew that I'd really felt it this time. Like whatever had been whispering to me had been waiting for me to wake up fully, to notice it. And once I did, it was done. I still think about it sometimes, wondering if it was sleep paralysis or some sort of glitch, some kind of waking dream. But I know what I felt. And I know that for those last few seconds, I wasn't alone in that room. This particular incident happened about 4 years ago. And while it wasn't the first time that something paranormal had happened in our home, it was by far the scariest. One night, sometime late, our son was about 2.5 at the time, and he crawled into our bed. Not totally unusual for him, and he fell asleep rather quickly. I couldn't fall back asleep, though. So after a while of tossing and turning, I decided to go work on a craft project in my office. It's a small room off the hallway, maybe 10 feet from the bedroom. I was in there for about 45 minutes, just zoning out and cutting fabric, when I noticed something weird. The small monitor on our nanny cam started moving rapidly, almost flickering. These weren't motion-censored cams. They're just a continuous feed, one in the living room and one in our son's bedroom. The screen kept blinking on and off like it was trying to reset itself. I walked over, picked it up, and as soon as I did, it let out this piercing screech, like microphone feedback cranked to full blast. It startled me so badly I dropped the monitor face down on the floor. The glowing edges stopped flickering immediately. It just went still. I picked it up again and I looked at the screen, but what I saw made my stomach do flips. My son was standing, stone still, in the center of the living room, facing the wall, just staring. He wasn't moving. I could see him perfectly, like he was being posed there. I grabbed the monitor and left the craft room, thinking maybe he'd gotten up without us hearing, wandered out of bed. I walked quickly through the kitchen and the dining room, rounded the corner into the living room. It was empty. The entire room was still. The monitor was clutched in my hand. I looked down at it again, confused. But the screen had changed. Now the other monitor was no longer stationary. It showed him looking directly at the camera, holding it. The child staring back was not my son. No emotion, no recognition, just this cold, empty stare, different even from someone sleepwalking, which I've seen. I rushed into the bedroom, maybe a little panicked at this point. There he was, sound asleep, exactly where I'd left him. My husband, now somehow awake as well, looked up, asked if I was okay. I asked him if he'd gotten up to use the bathroom or gone into the kitchen, thinking maybe our son had followed him. He shook his head, said he hadn't moved, and our son, he hasn't even rolled over, he said. He's been doing those little snore things this whole time. I didn't know what to say. I went into my son's room, and there was the other monitor, sitting exactly where it should be. I looked down at the one in my hand, and it showed exactly what it should show. We've had what I'll refer to as brief doppelganger sightings in this house before. Quick glimpses, like seeing yourself walk past a hallway mirror when you're nowhere near it. Always just fast enough that you could talk yourself out of it. But this was different. It wasn't just a glimpse. It was a moment, a long one. And the face, my son's face, but not his face. The expression, it just gives me chills thinking about it. Whatever it was, it definitely wanted to be seen. I grew up in a neighborhood where every 4th of July meant chaos in the best and worst ways. There was no official fireworks, just whatever people could get their hands on from across the state line. By 6 p.m., our street would fill with smoke, kids running barefoot, adults yelling half-hearted warnings like, "Careful with that," while lighting Roman candles in each other's directions. It was fun until it wasn't. There was a story all of the older kids told. Every year around the bonfire or during an awkward lull after sparklers ran out, someone would bring it up. Bottle Rocket Boy. The way I heard it was he was a kid from a few blocks over who blew himself up by taping too many fireworks together and trying to launch them from a glass bottle. Some versions said that it took off while he was looking down the barrel. Others said that the bottle exploded in his hands. They never found all the pieces. The older kids said that he still showed up sometimes. Burned clothes, no eyes, holding a bottleneck in one hand. You'd see him watching fireworks from the edge of the yard. If you looked too long, he'd look back. I never believed any of it. It was a scare tactic, a way to keep the younger kids from being stupid with explosives. But then the year that I turned 15, something happened. It was just me and 3 friends that summer. Jared, Lucas, Simone. We were bored, too old for sparklers, too broke for the real stuff. So we stole some leftover bottle rockets from Lucas's older brother, and we lit them up in the alley behind my house. We taped 3 of them together like idiots, stuck them in a broken beer bottle, and pointed it toward the sky. Jared lit the fuse, and we all scrambled back. The rockets launched. Kind of. One went up and the other spun wildly. One hit a tree. Another slammed into a fence. Total mess, but we laughed like it was the best thing ever. But then Lucas stopped laughing. "Who's that?" he said. Across the alley near the edge of the brush, someone was standing. They weren't moving. They were just outside of the reach of the streetlight. We thought maybe it was a neighbor at first until they stepped forward into view. His face, blistered. His clothes, all fucked up, melted in places. He looked like a burned-up crash dummy, dressed like a kid from the 90s. One hand hung useless at his side. The other, shattered brown bottle. Just the neck. He looked straight at us. Simone whispered, "Can Bottle Rocket Boy?" Half joking, like she didn't believe with her own eyes what we were seeing. And then the kid smiled, or at least looked like he did. With that, he turned around and disappeared into the dark. We ran inside, left everything behind. Before going in, Jared threw up in my front yard. The next day we went back because of course we did. The bottle that we used was shattered. Nothing weird about it, but near the fence where we'd seen the kid, there was another bottle. Old brown glass. Almost melted at the base, like it had been pulled from a fire. None of us were touching it. We didn't really light fireworks off after that, at least not in our neighborhood. None of us really talked about that either. Last summer, though, when I saw Simone at a bar while we were visiting home, we caught up, had a drink. When I stood up to leave, she leaned in and said, "Whenever you hear fireworks, you think about that kid?" I shook my head. For sure. I'm sure I'm not unique in that I sleep with the TV on. I always have, just low enough for background noise. I live alone and silence makes me spiral. So the soft flicker of light and sound, it's always helped me sleep. I've got an old flat screen in my bedroom, still works fine, though it's not smart or anything. Just runs off a cable box and some preloaded channels I never use. About a month ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and the TV was on static. Full screen, gray and fuzzy. It's the sort of thing that hasn't really been a thing since analog went out. I figured the cable box reset and there was an outage or something. I turned it off, rolled over, and didn't think much of it. But it happened again the next night, and again, always the same time, around 3:30, never earlier or later. Obviously, I just thought this was a software, hardware issue, so I just tried everything I knew, reset the box, switched HDMI cords, and then switched TVs, with the one in the living room. It didn't matter, though. The static kept coming back, and then about a week in, I noticed something, I guess, in the static. It wasn't clear at first, just a faint shift in the snow, like some of the fuzz was moving differently than the rest. I stared at it for too long enough to feel ridiculous, like I was tricking myself. But then something moved. A figure, human-shaped, just standing there, moving back and forth. I sat up and blinked, and it was gone. The next night, I tried to find it again, and I couldn't see it at first, but sure enough, there it was. This time, it stayed longer. Still blurry, still faint, but standing dead center in the screen, facing forward. It was like watching me. I started unplugging the TV before bed, but even turned off or unplugged, the screen would faintly glow, like a flicker. One night I wasn't even looking directly at the screen. I was brushing my teeth. I glanced over at the reflection in the dresser mirror, and I saw a figure, clear as day, standing in the middle of the static. And right as I turned, it's like it shifted. It blinked. It wasn't a trick of the light, not a glitch. It was a deliberate, slow blink. Two dark shapes opening and closing where its eyes would be. And then the screen just went black. I didn't sleep in that room after that. I decided to get a smart TV. I did plug it in, got rid of the others. I don't know. I don't even really like looking at the TV when it's off. I'm constantly thinking I'm gonna see something in it, you know? It's been a while, so it doesn't really creep me out the same way it used to, but it still does, a little. It's that weird little nagging question in the back of your mind. What's watching from the other side? In the early 2000s, I cleaned houses for rich people in one of those super bougie gated communities. I thought that they would all be newly built, look at my charmed life type places, but that was most certainly not the case. One of those houses was straight up haunted, and nothing will ever convince me otherwise. Most of the time, I cleaned when no one was home. When they were home, they avoided me because God forbid you socialize with the help. I'm not complaining. 99% of the time, that's how I preferred it. Let me do my job and get out. I got things to do. But this one house, man, this one house. I would sit a rag in the middle of the table and come back to find it several feet away on the floor. I'd hear footsteps running past me when no one was there. I almost quit so many times, but I really needed the money. Really needed it. Instead, I perfected my routine, made sure that I was out of there in under an hour. One day, I ran into the kid's nanny. She had to come back for something the older boy had forgotten. I was having a particularly hard day with the house, so I asked her point blank, "What's up with this place?" I couldn't possibly be the only one experiencing the insanity. Apparently, this was a murder-suicide house. Wife wanted to leave the husband. Husband was all over my dead body. He killed his wife and 5-year-old before himself. So yeah, I'd say that pretty much explains it. Once the nanny left, I deeply regretted asking. It made every random noise and stray footsteps that much worse. I especially hated when they pulled the doors out of my hand. I'd try to open one, and it would slam shut, locking me in whatever room I was cleaning. Then one day I was working in the master bedroom. There was a fancy full-length mirror in the corner. I sprayed it down, and when I started wiping it, there was a black silhouette standing behind me. Of course, I turned around to see nothing. When I looked back in the mirror, nothing again. I finished cleaning as fast as I could, always keeping an eye on my surroundings. And then I saw my face. It was different. That was not me. It wasn't even matching my movements. It was like some other woman's face was spliced over mine. I screamed. Thank God no one else was home, because I wasn't prepared to deal with explanations. Not at that moment. I grabbed my stuff and ran out. I was so poor that I had to keep working there for another 6 months before I could afford to quit. But from that day on, I brought my sister with me for backup. We still experienced a bunch of unusual stuff, but I'm eternally grateful I never saw that figure or that woman's face again. I'll never forget any of it for as long as I live. And people can call me crazy, whatever they want, but I'll go to my grave knowing that shit was real. I was a paramedic in the 90s. We had a park where violent crimes weren't exactly a rarity. We were going out there at least once a month, if not more. Most of the calls were roughed up mugging victims, with a few stabbings. Gunshots were rare. One night we were told that someone called to report gunshots and screaming. We had to park behind the police while they cleared the scene. Eventually, dispatch sent us away. Nothing was found. We weren't back at the station for 20 minutes before the next call came in. Same deal, shots and screams. We waited behind the police cruisers, and again, they found nothing. But this time, I talked to one of my cop buddies before we left. She said that they didn't find traces of any activity, let alone a shooting. Even the canines turned up nothing. Both calls came from a payphone in the park, so someone had to have been there. This time, they were all leaving their patrol cars across the street, in view of the phones, to see if anyone returned. We stopped for food on the way to the station, and again, we got the same call a few minutes after getting back. Same deal, only with a bit more head-scratching. The third call also came from the payphone, and the officer on watch didn't see or hear a thing. He swore, no one had been to that phone. To make things even weirder, a couple other cops showed up talking about a shooting that they got called there for a few weeks prior. A high school kid was cutting through the park. 2 guys had jumped him. He fought back and ended up getting shot. He was already dead when help arrived. That in itself wasn't too weird, but the call to 911 was. The caller said that there had been a shooting, and the shooters ran off. They even described what the guys were wearing. They stayed on the phone until police arrived, but then police never saw the caller. It was assumed that he ran off. Might have been the shooter himself. They tried to find him. When the victim's parents listened to the 911 recording, they swore that it was their son. No doubt in their mind. Several friends and family members went on to listen to it, and they all were equally as certain it was the victim. But that makes no sense. Why wouldn't he say that he was shot? That aside, it would have been impossible for him to call anyway. The bullet hit his heart. He would have died before he reached the phone. Now, here we were getting these ghost calls from another young male about another shooting. My whole crew was low-key spooked and ready to leave. We were all on edge back at the station, but we didn't get another call to the park that night. A couple of months went by, and a paramedic from the second shift called to tell me about a possible shooting at the park. He had the same story. They went 4 times that night. Each time was the same. He'd also heard about the boy who was killed and the ghost calls from my shift. There was just no explanation for it. I never really believed in ghosts, but this whole thing made me wonder. I guess I still wonder. It's a hard thing to believe if you're not naturally inclined towards such things. Later that year, I moved away with my fiancé, but I kept in touch with my old crew. On the anniversary of that kid's death, there were 3 more calls. Everyone knew the rumors by then, but they still had to go check it out. Once again, they found nothing and no one. And that was the last time I ever heard about it happening. I'm sure the payphone is long gone by now anyway. Whatever the explanation behind it, whether it's logical or supernatural or whatever word you want to use, I hope that boy is at peace. Something happened to me and my sister back in 2016, something that I haven't been able to make sense of. And the older I get, the worse it sits with me. We were driving across country to visit some family in California. Somewhere in Arizona, we got off the interstate to take a back route. We'd read somewhere online that it was more scenic. It was, and also a mistake. It was late afternoon when we realized we were getting low on gas. No towns in sight. GPS kept cutting out. Finally, like a mirage, we saw a little station up ahead. Old school looking place with a faded red awning, plastic dinosaur out front. We pulled in, relieved, and got out to stretch. The air was hot, like standing inside an oven, and it was quiet. No bugs or wind. The only sound was the buzzing from one of the flickering lights above the pumps. That was the first weird thing. The second was the price, $1.09 per gallon. That caught my eye immediately. This was 2016. That price hadn't been real in decades. I figured maybe it was broken. Just an old sign they never updated. Whatever. I went inside to pay. The guy behind the counter looked straight out of a movie. Greased back hair, yellowed undershirt, skin like leather. He didn't say hello, just watched me. Didn't blink much. When I asked if the pumps were working, he nodded and said, "Pump 4. We were at pump 2. I corrected him. He said again, slower, "Pump 4. So I nodded, backed out, moved the car to pump 4. While I was filling up, my sister went inside to use the bathroom. 5 minutes passed, then 10. I went to check on her. The guy behind the counter was still just standing there. Same position, same expression. I asked if my sister was still in the bathroom. He didn't answer, just smiled. I started pounding on the bathroom door and yelling her name. After a minute, it creaked open. Empty. No window, no other door. I was about to panic when I turned around and saw her standing by the car, totally calm, like nothing had happened. "I've been out here," she said. "You're the one that disappeared." I wanted to leave immediately. We got in the car and drove off fast. But 20 minutes later, we passed the same dinosaur sign, same red awning, same pump 4. We hadn't turned around. We'd looped back. We tried to keep driving. Every time it seemed like we'd pass it again. Daylight didn't even change. GPS was frozen. My phone clock was at 5:32 p.m. Stuck that way for at least an hour. Finally, we pulled over. Both of us just sat there. We didn't speak. We didn't even feel scared anymore. Just tired. I closed my eyes for what felt like a second. When I opened them, it was dark. My sister was asleep. The gas station was gone. We were parked on the side of the road, with nothing around us but open desert. My phone appeared to be working again. 2:13 a.m. We didn't talk the rest of the way to California. Still don't really talk about it now. But sometimes I dream about that place. The flickering light. The dinosaur. The man behind the counter who never blinked. And in the dream, I always go to pump 4. And I never leave. Just stuck there for what feels like forever. I used to work at a bowling alley, a real relic of a bygone era. Creaky floors and the faint smell of stale popcorn embedded in its walls. The place always had a strange vibe at night, especially when I was the one closing up. I never paid too much attention to it, at least not until one night. It was late, just past midnight. The last customers had long gone. I hadn't even had a chance to turn my music on yet, so the eerie silence seemed to echo off the polished lanes. I went through my usual routine, locking the doors, shutting off the arcade games, and finally flipping the switch to turn off the overhead lights. The place fell into near darkness, save for the faint glow of the exit signs. I was just about to grab my keys and head out when I heard it. The unmistakable hum of a lane powering on. My stomach tightened. There was no mistaking that sound. The sound was distinct, followed by the mechanical clatter of the pin setter coming to life. I turned around, and sure enough, one of the lanes at the far end was lit up like it was ready for a game. The thing is, the lanes don't turn on by themselves. Each one has a manual switch hidden behind a curtain in the back. I stared at the glowing lane for a moment, half expecting to see someone step out of the shadows. But the place was empty, or so I thought. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I flipped the main lights back on, and I started walking down the aisle towards the back. The air felt heavier every time I took a step, like the silence was kind of pressing down on me. I reached the curtain. I was about to step through it when the lane shut off just as suddenly as it had come on. The silence that followed was suffocating. For a moment I just stood there, staring at the now dark lane, trying to make sense of what had just happened. A chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was there. But still, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a power surge, maybe a malfunction. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I considered going behind the lanes to check the switches, but something about the oppressive stillness made me hesitate, and I guess I've always learned to trust my gut. It was like the darkness beyond the curtain was waiting for me, and not in a good way. The next day, I told my boss what had happened. He laughed it off, dismissing it as a figment of my imagination. No cameras, no proof, he said. I could tell that he thought I was just tired, maybe looking for an excuse to leave early, but it didn't stop there. A week later, while closing up again, I heard the faint thud of a ball rolling down a lane. The sound sent a jolt of fear through me, and I spun around to see a single ball sitting in the gutter of the same lane that had turned on before. Only this time, I knew I hadn't left any equipment out. I didn't stick around to investigate. I grabbed my stuff and I left as fast as I could, locking the doors behind me. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I'd gone behind the curtain. And sometimes, late at night, I would think about the bowling alley, about the strange energy and how it felt, not being alone. I would wonder about the things that went on when no one was around, and I couldn't help but wonder if something or someone was actually trying to get my attention, or worse, trying to lure me into something. A couple of months ago, on a day when I was simply asking my cards if there were any messages they had for me, I received a calling to manifest something I desired, or I guess, thought I desired. Ever since I was a kid, I've always experienced what you'd consider otherworldly beings, spirits, angels, whatever your preferred term may be. There's been all kinds of experiences, scary ones, funny ones, good ones, great ones, etc. They're not consistent, but they've happened plenty of times over my life. I'm in my mid-20s now. So on that day, I decided to ask my guides something along the lines of this. If the power for mediumship is within me, I ask that it becomes more prevalent in my life. I did my own little routine that has been taught down the line of my Balkan family. Later that night, I was watching TV downstairs with my roommates. I had to pee, as one does, so I started up the stairs to my bathroom. One of my roomies yelled out a question. I stopped, naturally looked back down the stairs. I was frozen for a moment when I saw the scariest spirit I've ever seen. A woman in all black, drapey clothes, long hair covering most of her face, just staring at me from the bottom of the stairs. I didn't even answer my roommates. I began backing up the stairs quickly, turned around once again, and there she was, closer this time. A feeling of dread came over me. I'm not joking when I say I ran to my bathroom, slammed the door shut. I called one of my roommates downstairs to come get me. That night, as I was falling asleep, I heard my name being whispered. Let's just say I didn't sleep that night. I do all my practices during the day. It's just how it's always been and what feels right. The next morning, I reversed that asking of mine, did one of my familiar house cleansing practices. I haven't heard or seen anything since. I'm worried that I may have completely closed off this previous ability of mine. I guess what I'm so curious about is if anyone thinks that this was a dark entity, a lost soul, or anything else. I still question it to this day. Had I accidentally lowered a veil, made myself more vulnerable? Let me know your thoughts. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I used to see ghosts. I'd see them in my home, my school, restaurants, pretty much anywhere. Although they never seemed malicious, it still kind of scared me. My stepdad told me to stop lying, that I was going to scare my mom. But she's always been very spiritual and actually believed me. So did my sister. I just kept telling the ghosts that I didn't want to see them, and they eventually went away. The most vivid one I can still remember to this day. It was a baby. He was in my mom's closet, dressed in old-timey baby clothes, laying in an old-timey baby carrier. He had dark hair and pale skin. I freaked. It always happened when no one else was around. Other family members or friends have also claimed to see a lady dressed in all white, in the same house, although I never saw her. Later, as I got into my teen years and could no longer see them, I started hearing noises throughout the house, chairs moving, doors closing. My little nephew saw a ghost in my room when we were watching TV one time. I grabbed him and jetted. This is my dad's story, not mine. But it was the early 1980s and he was working a summer job at Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. One day, he and his friend Mark hiked up to the top of one of the mountains. They set up their tent inside an Indian pit, a man-made hole dug out by Native Americans hundreds of years ago. The Indian pits were either used as hunting blinds or spots where young braves came for their vision quest. Late in the night, my dad wakes up and he has to use the bathroom, number 1. He crawled out of the tent, out of the pit, and went walking a respectable distance away from the tent. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder pull him backwards. My dad calls out, "Hey, Mark, what are you doing?" He turns around, turns on his flashlight, and there's nobody there. He shines the light at his feet, discovers that his next couple of steps would have taken him directly off a steep cliff. He did his business and hurried back to the tent. The next morning, the two friends were waking up and his buddy says to him, "I know this sounds crazy, but I woke up in the middle of the night and I swear to you, there was an Indian man standing outside our tent." Whatever really happened that night, my dad is alive. He met my mom in Yellowstone, and here I am writing this story to you today. Have you ever had to watch someone mentally break? Allow me to start from the top. My Aunt Dora married a guy named Riley. She met him working tables at the casinos. Riley was considered a high roller for the casino, and he took interest in Dora. They fell in love and got married incredibly fast. The family hadn't met Riley more than a few times, but Dora seemed truly happy. She'd been swept off her feet by a nice, normal-looking man, so the family didn't push too much on the subject. She moves in with him and nobody hears from her for months. Her Facebook details trips and excursions that she and Riley were on around the world. It was a life Dora never knew. I was happy for her, and I lived vicariously through her photos. When she came to visit, I listened to her and my mom catch up on their time apart. While they're talking, Dora mentions that she enjoys being gone so much because she hates being at Riley's alone. She says that freaky stuff always happens there. Like what? My mom asks. Dora looks down at me, then back up at my mom, and she says, "I've seen a ghost there. Not just once, but multiple times. Same ghost." She tells us that this ghost is in their garage. Riley has 3 cars parked in there, and she can see a woman walking behind them. When the lights get turned on, or a flashlight gets pointed in her direction, she ducks down and crawls out of sight. Dora stopped giving chase because she could never find the woman the previous times that she tried. And this is how she determined ghost. Hearing her say that all really scared me. My mom told me that ghosts weren't real, but Auntie Dora's seen one. When she left our house that night, I asked my mom about it, and the reply she gave me was unexpected, and it wasn't what she said, it was how she said it that made me take note. Her voice was hesitant. She chose the words she was going to say to me very carefully. "Dora's under a lot of stress." I waited for more, but my mom's face told me that she herself was trying to make sense of it, puzzled and sad. From what I know, their relationship was not the ideal sister-sister friendship, and Riley felt like the wedge that might finally divide them. I didn't, but my mom knew Riley was abusive. Dora would lie about anything not to put him in a bad light. As a kid, though, I did notice that Dora's visits became more frequent. I really liked having her over, and I know deep down my mom enjoyed having her little sister around more, even though she would never admit it. She would swing by our house at least once a week, sometimes more, and along with her visits, she'd often have another story about the girl in the garage. In the span of maybe 2 months, Dora's opinion of the ghost woman had changed. She was no longer creeped out by her. She started believing the ghost needed something from her. Dora would try communicating with the figure, entering the garage with the lights off. Windows in the garage make it not completely dark inside. Dora told us that she sat in the dark and asked it questions. A few responses could have been associated with some bumps and tinks, but she didn't hear a vocal confirmation or see it manifest. If we are to consider those bumps to be answers, Dora said the spirit in the garage is a female who was murdered, and help. How can I help? Isn't a yes or no question, but the bumps stopped when Riley's car started rolling up the driveway. Dora didn't want Riley to know that she was trying to talk to ghosts in his garage, so she ran back into the house before the automatic garage doors started rolling up. Dora's story takes a segue that I was asked to leave the room for. When Riley came home that night, he expected Dora to be asleep. She didn't even realize how late it was until she ran back into the kitchen and saw that it was almost midnight. Riley leaves work, 8 o'clock at the latest, but recently he'd been coming home late. He'd given Dora a million excuses, including a sick cousin that had been visiting. That night he was supposed to be coming home from the children's hospital, but when Dora greets his entrance with a hug, he's surprised to say the least, and Dora can't help but notice Riley smells like liquor and another woman's perfume. He has scratches on his shoulders and chest, and his clothes are disheveled, belt unbuckled, shirt untucked. She called him out, and of course he denied it with another elaborate excuse that she was willing to believe. I think it was something like his nephew had a seizure in the hospital and started thrashing around. He was the only one strong enough to hold him down, and so he took most of the damage. The excuse was a landmine that Dora chose to avoid. A week passes, and when Dora visits us again, the stories are back to her ghost relationship, so I'm allowed to stay in the room. She's continued to try to talk to the ghost without anything discernible coming back. Then, behind the glow of dusk, a silhouette formed in the shape of a woman. More than a silhouette, though, because Dora could describe what this woman looked like. Red hair, thin face, wearing a blue blouse. She appeared standing on top of one of the cars furthest in the back. She looked at Dora, and Dora could see the shape of her iris outlined by the white in her eyes. Then she stepped off the car and disappeared into the darkness of the garage. Dora said it felt like the room froze over, and she had to go back inside the house. Dora's usually telling me these stories at the table, while my mom walks around pretending to tidy things up to not show interest, and in her words, enable Dora's distractions from the real turmoil going on in her house. In Mom's metaphor, Dora's fallen on more of Riley's landmines than she's avoided. I didn't know any of this was happening at the time. I was a child, so there wouldn't have been much I could have done regardless, but I believed Dora when she told us she fell off the couch and hit her arm on the coffee table. I did that last week playing with my Barbies. I understood where Dora was coming from. Though my bruise didn't resemble a handprint, I bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Thankfully, my mom was smarter and constantly begging Dora to leave Riley, to live with us, but she couldn't do it. As an adult, I'm remembering Dora had a lot of confidence issues, daddy issues. I know my mom and Dora's father, Huey, I think. Huey wasn't in their lives, besides stopping in to borrow money from my grandma and to kiss his daughters. Dora's next visit is in the middle of the night. I'm supposed to be asleep, but I listen through the bedroom door as she tells my mom about how she found out Riley was cheating on her. Real evidence, like a girl's underwear in his car and handcuffs. They were lying on the passenger seat of his car. She didn't even need to search. Right when he pulled into the garage that night, she got into the passenger seat of his car and asked him to drive her to the store. He wasn't able to stash it away. Dora loses it. She gets out of the car and starts crying and yelling at Riley, who's still in the car. He tries to lighten the blow by telling Dora that they're only hookers. He doesn't love them like he loves her. She spits on him through the passenger's open door, then slams it. He put the car in reverse and peeled out of the garage. Dora then grabbed her car keys and drove to our house. Dora stays the night that night, but leaves in the morning before I wake up. It felt like a dream, but I knew it wasn't. She also shows up again, trying her best to smile and have a sister night with my mom. I remember I already knew what was really going on, even though I shouldn't have, but still, I decided to give them some natural space. Then Dora stayed another night, and then sooner or later, she's living in my mom's yoga room, decorating it with her own style. Months go by. Our living situation is just fine, but out of nowhere, the cops show up to our house looking for Dora. They ask when's the last time she's seen Riley. That question brought the feelings and emotions back up to the surface, and Dora told the police all that entailed his departure. One of the police officers pulls out a photo and shows it to Dora. It's too high for me to see, but when both sisters cupped their hands over their mouths, I could only assume that it was something bad in that photo that they'd tell me about later, hopefully. I hated waiting for stuff as a kid, but I knew that it would have been in bad taste for them to call me over to gawk at some photos. What the police showed Dora and my mom were a crime scene photo, one that they'd taken at the motel in the next county over. Riley's interactions with females of the night went further than just sex. He was killing them. They had evidence of 3 that they could link to him. But this photo isn't of Riley's last victim. It's of Riley. He's deceased, naked, in a crouching position between the bed and the wall. He was shot to death. The woman Riley picked up that night hadn't lived in the area that long. It's a dangerous occupation. She didn't have a group. She didn't have a pimp. But she did have a gun hidden in her purse. She almost set that purse down when she walked in, but something about Riley's energy made her hold on to it a bit longer, long enough for him to try and strangle her. Smart girl. Didn't reach for his hands. She reached for her purse. It was 7 a.m. We were all standing there listening to this cop talk. This is when I saw my Aunt Dora mentally break. My mother's mouth was wide open when the cop started talking. The last emotional jolt I saw Dora display was her reaction to the picture. After that, her face was stoic, flattened with expression, like she'd been bored with what the police officer had to say. When they left, Dora stayed one more night and left the next morning before me and my mom were awake. Within, I'd say, 9 days of this whole thing, Dora used all of her savings and moved to Fairbanks, Alaska. She lives in an apartment and works at a bar. I'm pretty sure my mom said she doesn't even go by Dora anymore. My aunt did the Great American Escape. Although it was for such extreme reasons, it's nice that she took that leap into a new life. Optimism. This is the only real paranormal experience anyone in my family's ever had, but it gives me chills every time I think about it. Back in the late 70s, my mom was staying the night at a friend's house. It wasn't anything unusual, just a normal sleepover. They had hung out, probably listening to records, and then eventually went to bed. My mom was sleeping alone in the guest room, which had a little beauty desk with a mirror against the wall. It was sort of built into it. Sometime in the early morning, she woke up. She wasn't sure why at first, but then she saw movement out of the corner of her eye. There, sitting at the beauty desk, was a girl brushing her hair. Half asleep, my mom just assumed it was her friend. It was early. Maybe she'd woken up to get ready for the day. My mom mumbled something, probably a groggy, "What time is it?" or "You're up early." The girl didn't respond. She just kept brushing her hair. My mom wasn't alarmed. She was tired, and if her friend didn't feel like talking, whatever. She rolled over and went back to sleep. In the morning, she mentioned it casually. Her friend gave her a weird look. I never got up. I was sleeping all night till we got up. It unsettled my mom, but she didn't push it. Maybe she'd been dreaming, or maybe she just thought she'd woken up. She let it go until she heard the rest. Later, she found out that a girl had lived in that house before her friend's family had moved in, and that girl had died by taking her own life in that room at that beauty desk. It was the only paranormal experience my mom ever had, and to this day, she swears she was awake when she saw that girl brushing her hair. And honestly, I believe her. I've never really had a scary encounter with anything paranormal, but I was friends with the ghosts at my parents' grocery store. We lived in a small town. It's pretty generous to call that tiny building a grocery store, but we loved it. My parents have since upgraded, but I'll always have a special fondness for that building. When I was 14, my parents often had me restock the shelves after closing. My dad always joked about having a ghost, but I never took him seriously. Then one day, I was on a stepladder and accidentally bumped my cart, sending it rolling just out of my reach. I jokingly said, "Hey, if there's a ghost in here, can you push that back over?" The cart had been completely still when I said that, but then it slowly inched back, gently bumping the ladder. I couldn't believe it, like that wasn't really a ghost, right? But I said thanks anyway. When it was time to move the ladder down, I left the cart where it was and asked the ghost to push it again. Just like before, it rolled to me, nice and easy. I did the same thing with the rest of the inventory and talked to the ghost while I worked. I told it my name, who my friends were, stuff that was going on at school. When I was finished restocking, I grabbed a can of raviolis and laid it on the floor. The plan was to ask the ghost questions, have it roll the can forward for yes or backwards for no. Unfortunately, it didn't move that night, but it worked a few weeks later. Maybe she was still getting to know me. She didn't answer many questions in a single night, but this was a 2-year relationship. I eventually learned that she was 12 years old, had died in a car accident right outside our store. The rest of her family survived. It happened sometime in the 70s. I once asked if she liked my family because we reminded her of her own, and she said yes. She also had a brother, so maybe I reminded her of him. I never saw her appear in physical form, but there were a few times I thought I heard her call my name. Then, when my grandmother passed away, I swear I felt her squeeze my shoulder while I was crying. When I eventually had to tell her my parents bought a bigger building, several cans went flying off the shelf. It was the only time I'd ever seen her angry. Hell, I was angry too. I asked if she could come with us, but she said no. Whether she really couldn't or just didn't want to, I'll never know. I tried going to see her in the years before I graduated, but she didn't communicate with me anymore. Once I moved away for college, I tried to put it behind me, but now it's more than 15 years later, and I still think often about her. I hope she made new friends over the years. So this happened maybe 2 years ago. But one time, my older sister and I were sharing a room while living with some family members. One night, I was trying to sleep while my sister was on her phone. As I was trying to sleep, I kept hearing seagulls, and I kept thinking, oh my God, why won't she change the TikTok? Finally, I was upset to the point that I sat up, told her to turn it down. She looks at me with wide eyes and says, "I thought that was you." My eyes go wide, and I thought, what the fuck? Well, sis texted one of our guardians because their room was across from ours. Then my sister and I walked into the hallway to talk to said guardian. I was ahead of sis and realized, wait, that's coming from the end of the hall, in the bathroom. I told sis, then started to walk that way. When I got close to the bathroom, I felt this surge of panic, so I quickly turned around, bumped into my sis, and we both ran back to our room. Well, one of our guardians came and checked on what we were doing because we were loud. Then we told them what happened, and one of our brothers came down to see what the seagull noise was. Turns out it was a toy my littlest brother had, but the only way to turn it on was to push a button. We were too scared to go in there, to turn it off. Well, thankfully, one of the grown-ups did. But then later in the night, it went off again. Then the next day, when my sis and brother were home alone, it went off again. Finally, my brother put it outside in the snow. This was only one of many paranormal experiences I've had. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I've always been fairly in tune with the supernatural. My first memorable experience happened when I was with my cousin Kay. We were only 7. Kay and I went to an older cousin's birthday party. Her name is Kat. She was turning 12. It was a gorgeous June day, the perfect time to enjoy a nice summer breeze. Kat's party was at Duncan Park in Natchez, Mississippi. While this park had its usual picnic tables and playground equipment, it was surrounded by weeping willows, which aren't that uncommon to find in this part of Mississippi. However, unlike other parks, this one was sitting right next to an old plantation house, an abandoned YMCA that closed down in the 70s, and the front of an old locomotive that the city was forced to fence off, because people like my aunt had defaced it in their youth. My cousin Kay and I ran around the park while waiting for the rest of our family to show up and enjoy the festivities. That's when we saw them. 2 women dressed in pastel, lacy dresses with bell skirts and bonnets, the style resembling that of the Civil War era. However, in our 7 or 8-year-old brains, they were dressed like Barbie princesses. So we followed. We still had that childlike naiveness when it came to stranger danger. They walked up the steps to the front porch of the Greek revival-style home, where we saw a few men in tailcoats, adorned with top hats and what looked to be afternoon tea set up on a table. My cousin and I watched at a distance, at first completely entranced by the scene in front of us. It was like something out of a fairy tale. We got a bit closer. I remember we were going to ask them something. What were we going to ask them? I don't remember. I do remember that as soon as the word "hey" came out of our mouths, the ladies in dresses, the gentlemen in suits, stopped what they were doing and floated through the walls of the house, disappearing completely. My cousin and I stood there, looked at each other for a few minutes in disbelief at what we'd just witnessed. Kay and I came to a silent understanding that no one would believe us, since we were just children. We would have been written off as having overactive imaginations. We went back to Kat's party like everything was normal. Didn't utter a word of what had just happened to anyone. Fast forward to when we were teens. We finally told my mom what we'd experienced all those years ago. My mom told us that the Auburn plantation had reenactments in the spring. So what we must have seen was former residents enjoying the summer breeze like they were still amongst the living. Halloween is a difficult time of year for me. When I was 21, I decided to dress up and hit a bunch of bars with my friend and her boyfriend. They dressed as pirates and I went as Morticia Addams. We only had one drink at the first bar because some asshole dressed like Ghostface kept stabbing people with a fake knife. You know, the kind with a retractable blade. We were at the second bar for maybe 30 minutes when the guy showed up to pull the same shit there. Most people were indulging him, and my friend said that I was being too sensitive. But I just didn't like this dude's vibe. He was getting way too excited and sticking way too close to us, but it was a small bar, so we left. We went to a third bar, and he showed up 5 minutes later. I didn't think that he was necessarily following us. There's a row of popular bars all within a few blocks, and lots of people were taking the same route. I figured that he was just going with the crowd in general. To avoid repeating the same mistake all night, we skipped to the end of the line. There should have been at least 2 more bars for Mr. Ghostface to hit before making it to our spot. Instead, he made it there in under 20. And that's when I started to get legitimately creeped out. But my friend convinced me I was being paranoid. This bar had more space, so I was able to ignore the guy and have a few more drinks. But then he started getting rowdy again. He was running all over the place and everyone was cheering him on. He lunged at my friend's boyfriend and hit him square in the chest. So he collapsed and dramatically reached out to us as if playing along. Everyone clapped and laughed, including my friend. Ghostface then stabbed 2 women who seemed to be also playing along as he made his way out the back exit. It was only after he left that everyone began to realize these people weren't faking it. He had switched to a real knife before stabbing my friend's boyfriend. The knife went into his heart, and he passed away before help could arrive. The other 2 victims survived. I followed the news, and I learned that those 2 had survived. One of them had lost a kidney, but otherwise made full recoveries. Police reviewed the surveillance footage from each bar, and they agreed that he seemed to be following us. 2 weeks later, they arrested my friend's ex-boyfriend. He didn't like anyone else touching her, so he made a sick little game out of trying to make his murder appear random. Ever since, I've been really nervous around anyone in a costume that covers their face, so I mostly just stay home for Halloween now. My cousin and I have always been close. We've been tight ever since we were kids. At one point in my life, when I was around 9 years old, my family had moved in with his family in their upstairs apartment in Montebello, California. It was a pretty great time in my childhood because I'm the youngest out of my siblings. Me and my cousin are around the same age. I finally had someone my age to play with. My cousin has 2 older siblings and a little brother who was around 3 or 4 at the time. So having someone to play with his age was also great for my cousin too. The first couple of nights that we spent over there were pretty normal. We woke up, got ready for school, came home, did our homework, ate dinner. We'd play for a little bit and then go to bed. Whenever we would play after dinner, I noticed that my youngest cousin was also playing in the front room by himself, but having full-blown conversations with himself. I asked my cousin, "Who's he talking to?" And my cousin responded with, "Yeah, I don't know, man. He keeps telling everybody that he has an imaginary friend named Gilbert. My mom says it's just a phase he's going through." We didn't think nothing of it. Me and my cousin would just continue to play. Him being 3 years old and us being 9 years old, we would play with him whenever we could, but the age difference would always get in the way. Me and my cousin wanted to play with action figures. My little cousin wanted to play act like a puppy. It's just the nature of being a 3-year-old. Things started to take a turn when me and my cousin would notice that some of the toys that we would put away because they were our favorites would always be misplaced, or not in the same position we would leave them. We always thought it was weird. One night after dinner, me and my cousin decided that we were going to take our action figures and play by the kitchen table. Little did we know that we were about to experience together something that we would remember for the rest of our lives. I remember grabbing all of our Marvel action figures together and bringing them over by the kitchen table. My cousin shouts, "I want to play Wolverine." And I respond with, "Okay, I'm going to play Spider-Man." And just as 9-year-old kids do, we let our imagination take over. We begin playing with our action figures. In the middle of our role-playing, my little cousin comes up to us and asks if we want to play hide-and-seek with him. My cousin told him, "No, we're going to play with our toys, but you can play with us if you want to." I remember after my cousin said no, my little cousin stood there looking at us. Then he turned to his side and said, "See, I told you they don't want to play." Me and my cousin looked at each other like he was crazy. I said to him, "Who are you talking to?" My little cousin responded with, "I'm talking to my friend Gilbert. He wants to play hide and seek. He doesn't like it when you guys say no." I remember laughing. I'm telling my little cousin, "Well, tell your friend Gilbert, we don't want to play with him." My little cousin just looked at us one more time and walked away. Me and my other cousin laughed it off and continued to play with our toys. As we were playing with our toys, me and my cousin started to hear noises coming from the kitchen. We both looked at each other with the facial expression that described without saying words, "Did you hear that?" And while looking at one another, simultaneously we both shrugged and continued to play. Once we started playing again, we hear what sounds like dishes in the dish rack shaking, as if something was vibrating them. We both look at each other again. Both of our facial expressions are the same. We are both looking at each other like, what the hell is going on in the kitchen? So we put our toys down. We peek our heads into the kitchen area, and as we do, we can see the dish rack shaking uncontrollably. I remember feeling confused and thinking to myself, why is it shaking like that? As me and my cousin are both looking at the dish rack shake for no reason, we both see a butter knife suddenly rise out of the dish rack, hover in the air for a second, then tossed in our direction onto the floor. Me and my cousin are now both looking at this butter knife on the floor, about 2 feet away from us. We both look at each other, and I say to him, "Did you just see that?" And he responds with, "Yep." Then my cousin decides to tell me about all these conversations, the ones he's been overhearing between his mom and his stepdad, about all the weird things that have been happening around his apartment, how they both feel that Gilbert is a spirit that's been following my little cousin. Then he told me a few nights ago, before we moved into his apartment, him and his older sister were in their room, the one that they share. They were watching TV, and all of a sudden, they could hear footsteps in their hallway. He said that him and his older sister were the only ones awake, and every time they would open up their door to look out into the hallway, they wouldn't see anyone. He said that they went back and continued to watch TV with the door shut. Then, again, all of a sudden they hear the footsteps charging in the direction of their room in the hallway. And as soon as it got close to their door, boom, the door burst open. They could hear footsteps running away. As we got older, we were both in our 20s. Me and my cousin got drunk together one night. It was pretty close to a holiday. We were both discussing our experiences that we had with other family members, including my grandma. My grandmother still lives in the same apartment complex, but downstairs to where my cousins used to live. She's been there so long that she's very good friends with the owner of the apartments. My grandmother decides to tell us, finally admits to us, that my younger cousin's friend, Gilbert, was anything but imaginary. Both my grandmother and grandfather claimed to have actually seen him. She described him as a boy with a somewhat of a bowl haircut, wearing old-fashioned clothes, such as a button-up long sleeve, with the sleeves rolled up, trousers, suspenders. She told us the night that she first saw him, she knew it wasn't normal, so she contacted the owner of the apartments and explained to him what she'd seen and experienced. She said the owner had admitted that a family had once lived in the upper apartments, where my cousin used to live, a very long time ago, when the apartments were first built. He'd told her that the family's youngest son had passed away upstairs. He's not exactly sure about the specifics of the situation. He said the little boy's name was Gilbert. Growing up, I lived in a town with a sewer system, kind of like the one from It. Obviously not quite as elaborate or glamorous. The smell is something I'll never forget, but when you're kids looking for privacy, certain allowances are permissible. Me and a few friends would go through one of the bigger tunnels to just hang out and smoke. It led to a large open area, one that was big enough for some folding chairs and a broken table. There were other tunnels leading to other rooms, but we never thought about where they led. It was filthy enough where we were, and trudging through sewer water isn't something on our bucket list. Then my friend Holly brought her boyfriend Steve to our spot. We were 13 or 14 at that point. The next day, he brought a couple of friends and the boys took over. They wanted to see where the other tunnels went. Smell be damned. One Saturday morning, 5 of us met up with a single flashlight, bags full of snacks like we were going on an extended hike. In reality, several tunnels were too small or flooded to go through, but we found another service tunnel with a little walkway path. We followed that for a bit. Once we got further in, there were tons of directions that we could go and tucked off areas with some kind of service equipment. We were taking a break and eating some snack bars when the flashlight died. We'd been wandering around for close to an hour, and now it was pitch black. There was a brief chaos while blame was being passed around, but eventually we had to actually try to get out. We ended up forming a single file line with Steve in the front and Brady at the end. Everyone held onto the shirt of the person in front of them, while Steve waved his arms and tried not to walk us into a wall. The way we had to move, there was no telling how far we'd gone, or if we were even going in the right direction. Sometimes we'd hit a dead end and have to turn around, so we could have been going in circles and never known it. It felt like we were just going deeper and deeper into the tunnels. We walked through gravel for a while, and most of us were positive we hadn't passed any of that on the way in. But Steve and Holly thought we had. I had no idea how long we'd been walking when Brady yelled. It felt like an hour, but probably less. Brady said a hand had touched his shoulder, and he started pushing past the rest of us. Most of us fell while he ran straight into a wall and busted his nose. There was total chaos for several minutes while we all panicked. We knew it wasn't a joke, but we hoped that he'd imagined it. More than once I thought I'd heard whispering, but that could have been running water or anything. At least that's what I tell myself. When nothing else happened for several minutes, we calmed down enough to find each other and reform our line. We were covered in grime now, so our moods had significantly worsened, and we began to argue. Once again, we were turned around. No clue which way we were going before the chaos. We walked in a random direction for another chunk of time. Now Brady was in front and Steve was in the back, but Holly was the one to scream. She was holding onto the back of my shirt and pulled me down with her as she fell. She thought Steve shoved her, but he swore he hadn't, and we believed him. Even Holly admitted that he hadn't let go of her shirt beforehand, and he was in enough trouble with her as it was. None of us were trying to drag out this experience. Before we could calm down and regroup again, a distant cackling laughter echoed around us. It couldn't have been anyone in our group. It was too far away. That's when the real panic hit. We screamed and ran. I heard the others grunt and groan as they slammed into walls. I somehow avoided smashing my face, but I fell several times, and I could feel open wounds on my knees and palms. I was crying so loud I didn't even notice when I stopped hearing the others. One minute we were all screaming, and the next, I was alone in silence. That was it for me. I sat against a wall and waited to die. I just couldn't move anymore. A long time had passed. I heard more of that cackling laughter, followed by footsteps coming closer and closer, but I was frozen in place. When the footsteps were within a few feet from me, they stopped. I thought someone was standing right in front of me, but everything was just black. I never heard the footsteps leave, but I did hear more whispers. I couldn't make out the words, but there were at least 2 voices. I think they were female, but I can't be sure. To this day, I've never felt terror like that again. I kept hearing things that way for several hours, until there were suddenly louder voices, and these were calling my name, and Brady and Holly's. I was so paranoid by then, I thought it was a trap. What kind of trap, I don't even know. I imagined crazed homeless people, ghosts, demons, every horror movie I'd ever seen, including it. And then I saw a light. It was getting closer, and there were 3 actual live people with real lights. It hurt my eyes a lot, but I didn't care. It was light, and they were regular people. It was a search team. Somehow, Steve and our other friend Jamie had stayed together and made it out. They sent help back for the rest of us. They found Holly first. She was closest to the entrance. They didn't find Brady for another half an hour after I was rescued. He had found his way to a closed tunnel that the first search team couldn't even fit through, so they had to send smaller people. Holly and I were dehydrated and in shock, but we were okay to go home. Brady had deep claw marks on his arms and back. He had to go to the ER and was in psychiatric care for several weeks. Holly didn't experience anything weird, but Brady said something attacked him. The doctor said that he must have stumbled into a bobcat's den, but Brady swears it wasn't a cat. He said it latched onto his back at one point, and he reached back to feel something cold and scaly. We didn't try to tell anyone. They would have just said that we were scared kids that freaked out. You'll probably think that too. But we didn't even believe in that kind of stuff. We were terrified of starving to death in the dark. Absolutely. But none of us even considered that there was something else down there too. That shit hit out of nowhere. So yeah, believe it or don't, but fuck sewers. When I was 6 or 7, whatever age you are in first grade, my mom married my stepdad Abel, and their honeymoon was a 3-day vacation in Hawaii. My Uncle Pat and Aunt Marcy lived in a houseboat on Shasta Lake. They said that they would watch over me while they were gone. Thursday night, I'd be dropped off at the marina after school. Uncle Pat came out and helped me with my bags, wished my mom and Abel safe travels. Pat walked beside me with my backpack as I rolled my suitcase down a quiet dock. I remember the racket of its wheels against the metal grates. It was even louder than the distant waves. Feeling like I'd be bothering all of my uncle's neighbors, I picked up my suitcase and carried it the rest of the way. My uncle's boat was at the end of the dock. I began to notice that his boat was one of 3 or 4 sitting in the marina, all spread apart on their own corners. My uncle's boat was a large brown one with blue on the hull. From the deck, I walked down a small set of stairs to their living room. It was set up like a normal living room of a small apartment. Kitchen next to the couch, across from the TV, and a dwarf dining table near the front of the door. Past the living room was another door. It led to my uncle's bedroom. My bedroom was the couch of the living room I just described. Thursday into Friday was eventless. We had dinner, and then I fell asleep watching a VHS of Jurassic Park on their little TV. The next day, my uncle picked me up from school and told me that Marcy came down with bronchitis, and that I should try to play on the deck most of the afternoon. So when we got back, I brought all of my Barbies and their accessories above deck, and I played with them up there. I'm sitting on the foam cushioned seats, playing with my dolls, fully enveloped in a storyline I've made up for them, when I hear the sound of running approaching from down the dock. A fog had rolled through that afternoon. So much of the dock that we were tied to was barely visible. Looking straight down, I couldn't see anything. I heard the running stop near the boat, but the person never came into view through the fog. The sound of running feet was unmistakable, so I leaned over the deck railing a little further and said, "Hello?" Still leaned out. I listened for anyone to call back, or steps retreating, but the eerie quietness remained, undisturbed. When turning my attention back to my Barbies, I couldn't help but notice that they lay in different positions now. The one I'd just sat down in front of my knees was now laying next to the other doll, across from me. I kept playing, but wasn't sure what had just happened. Later that night at dinner, Aunt Marcy stayed in the room with the door shut while Pat and I sat at the table and ate. I asked Uncle Pat if any other kids lived out here. He said no. That night, I think I was falling asleep to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The fuse pops and the TV shuts down, and the thick glass screen turns black. I stare at myself through its dark reflection. Then, a second figure appears in the reflection. It's standing behind the couch I'm laying on. There's a tabletop light on next to me, so the image I'm looking at is in vivid contrast. The scare literally jolts my body from the couch to the floor. I turn to look, but nothing was behind the couch, nothing outside the window. But the figure is still visible in the reflection of the TV. I'm rapidly looking back and forth from the TV to the couch. But I couldn't see anything that would make the strange reflection I'm seeing. I stare back into the black TV screen. My eyes are fixed on this black mass standing behind the couch. Then, it ducks back down, disappearing from the reflection I'm staring at. And I absolutely lose it. I scream. My uncle comes running out. I tell him what just happened, and he only addresses the fuse part, asking if I smell any smoke or anything. I said no, I only heard the pop, and then the TV went black. That's when Uncle Pat walks around a little confused, wondering why none of the other electronics turned off. He picks up the remote from the armrest of the couch. He presses the power button. The TV lights up again, still playing Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The VHS never stopped. Pat's theory is that I accidentally bumped the remote and turned the TV off. I didn't protest his theory. Pat went back to bed, and I restarted the movie from the beginning, tried to fall asleep before the credits. I must have been successful because morning did indeed come. This would be my last day on the boat, really. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty ready for it to all be over. I did my best the next day to convince my uncle to spend time off the boat. It felt good to have distractions for a solid few hours. I kept the experience out of my mind long enough to enjoy some fair food, a couple of rides. Naturally, as the day started to come to a close, I grew more uneasy about falling asleep on the boathouse again. Lucky for me, my uncle stayed up most of that night, drinking, playing guitar. I didn't have time to get scared because he was playing music and trying to tell me stories I didn't really understand, quite frankly, which made falling asleep rather easy. As I got older, I kind of decided that I encountered a spirit, possibly a child. I didn't feel like it was trying to scare me, even though it completely did. It just felt curious. Maybe even that it wanted to play. I don't know. Uncle Pat doesn't remember anything, and certainly doesn't believe in ghosts. Marcy, on the other hand, I don't know. I think she knows something. She never wants to talk about it. Whenever I do, she's really quick to change the subject. Probably because they still have to live on that boat. I don't know. What do you guys think I encountered? Do you ever wonder how many times you've had a near-death experience without even knowing you had one? I'm sure my guardian angel earned their wings tenfold after watching me in my life. Just the other day, I'm pulling up to a four-way intersection as a work truck takes a left. As it completes the turn, the truck meets a pothole, and a large tree stump is thrown from the rear. It tumbles, and it sends it feet in front of my car, then rolls past up onto a sidewalk empty of pedestrians. The work truck didn't stop or even notice. The insurance claims he'd have on his hands if I'd driven up any sooner. Retelling this, I wonder whose guardian angel was keeping who out of trouble. Other times, I haven't been so lucky. I was incarcerated for possession back in '98, spent a couple of years locked up at Indiana Women's Prison in Indianapolis. During this stint, I did my best to keep my head out of trouble. The majority of my day, I'd stay in the small library all day, reading books and perusing the shelves. That's where I'd find an old journal, tucked in with other miscellaneous titles. I took it back to my cell and began to read it, discovering it was the journal of a previous inmate who documented their time at Indiana. every page filled with tiny, barely legible words and dates, stories of events that held significance to the journal's owner. I found out her name was Donna Lynn. She was serving a life sentence there in the 1950s. A life sentence earned by killing her husband. One summer morning, she tossed a homemade explosive into her husband's lap from the passenger side window as he's backing out of the driveway for work. An explosive that she'd learned from a friend's husband, one who'd served in World War II. Donna Lynn didn't attempt to hide her guilt, nor did her writings express any remorse for her actions. If anything, it was full of rationalizations. Apparently, Donna had a scholarship to go to college, but had gotten pregnant. She had a miscarriage due to the abuse sustained by her husband. 1 month later, boom, no more husband. Donna claims she was actually trying to kill them both with the explosion, but he'd accelerated too fast and the charge delayed. This also wouldn't be the only mention of a baby in her journal. She'd end up pregnant again, this time through an affair with one of the guards during her incarceration. She was able to give birth, but it was ultimately taken from her, put into foster care. It was weird reading through this woman's journal. The character in the story I was reading had been real. Her daily routines, friends, enemies, emotional ups and downs, all carefully documented in this book. As I read, I couldn't help but wonder where her guardian angel was when she needed them. In one of the passages, she describes a fight that she was involved in. Donna was collecting a debt from another inmate when she was jumped and attacked by 3 other inmates. The beating had sent her to the infirmary for a couple of weeks. She had broken ribs, a collapsed lung. Donna would receive over 30 stitches to patch up some stab wounds, one landing inches from her heart. During her stay in the medical ward, I noticed the tone of her writings began to change. Her entries became more infrequent, her handwriting more scribbled and manic. She expressed paranoia towards names she'd previously mentioned as friends, and a strong distrust for the doctors and nurses at the prison. At this part of her journal, Donna starts to write about how she thinks the infirmary's haunted. One night, as she's lying in her cot, she's looking up at the ceiling's cracked and stained tiles when one of the squares slowly raises and moves left. A bit confused and more than a little scared, Donna turns over, tries to wake up another prisoner who's laying on the cot beside her. All Donna can do is point to the black square hole above them. That's when they both witness a thin, dark figure begin crawling out of the hole in the ceiling. This causes both of the women to scream, and a night nurse quickly rushes in to see what the noise is about. When she runs in the glass doors and flips on the lights, the creature disappears. Donna and the other woman tell the nurse what they saw, but their stories are understandably not believed. Instead, they were given more sedatives to help them sleep and ease the pain. It worked. The next day, however, still in a fog from sleep, Donna starts to question things, if what she saw the previous night was a dream. Turning over onto her back, she looks up to see the ceiling tile still missing. With the lights on, she can see further into the hole, to what she believes are heating and water pipes. Nothing resembling what she and the other woman saw. Donna rolls back over on her side, sees that the woman next to her must have been checked out earlier in the morning. Apparently, they were in different cell blocks, so Donna wouldn't have another opportunity to talk to someone about what she'd seen. Near the end of her journal is where I read the most unnerving story out of all of her entries. At Indiana, there was a lot of wildlife that would frequent the property. Although most of the wildlife you'd see are rats, you'd also see the occasional deer gazing in the fields just beyond the tree line, or a raccoon family climbing the fences at night. In Donna's journal, she writes, "Don't trust the cat with white spots. It's only pretending to be a cat. Donna says that she's seen it change shapes as it makes its way through the field at night, once turning into a human before running on two legs back into the forest. She thought it was feeding off of the misery that radiates from the prison. When I read that, it gave me chills, because I too would see a black and white cat roaming the grounds from time to time. After all the years from her entries to my incarceration, I tried to believe that it wasn't the same cat as she described. But it was a strange cat. Even before reading Donna's journal, I was put off by this feline. It was the only animal that would get close enough for us to touch it, although it never let us. Some of the girls would try to distract it while another one would sneak up behind it, but every time, without even turning around, the cat would sense someone approaching and jump away. It could also climb through the razor wire effortlessly, navigating through a path that any other animal would get diced to bits if they attempted. I remember there was a big fight in the yard. Tear gas canisters were descended into the grass, and the whole rec area was covered in a layer of fog. We all had to lay on our stomachs as the guards got control of the situation. During all the chaos, a couple of us on the ground watched the black and white cat stroll right through the war zone, seemingly unaffected by the tear gas or mayhem around it. I never could find any of Donna's other journals in the library. I assumed this one had been picked up with the other books amongst her belongings after she passed. Its nondescript blue hardcover could have easily been mistaken as another book. Only upon opening it does it reveal years of handwritten thoughts and emotions worthy of attention. The one I read ended in such an open-ended way. I don't know what I was expecting. I was released in 2001. Has anyone had any more recent visits to Indiana's women's prison? You'll have to let me know if you saw the black cat with white spots hanging around the rec yard. Also, if you ever happen to find yourself with an extended stay there, take a look around the library for a pastel blue hardcover book. There's a good chance they haven't updated their selection since I was there. As a kid, I had a few paranormal encounters that I thought significant, two of which included a black-eyed child that resembled the Ring Girl, or the Grudge, that had bangs, looked exactly like a friend that I had in elementary school, only pale, white, and black-eyed. First time I saw her maybe 50 yards away, in the rear view as my dad drove me away. Second time, she was in my room as I went to go get something. She was on her knees on the opposite side of my bed. Anyway, I never paid much attention to it. I'm not saying the next encounter was the same entity or related, but I've started wondering if they are. This one I know for a fact to be real. It was almost 3 years ago, 5 or 6 a.m. I was being nocturnal at the time. Me and my girlfriend were getting ready to go to sleep, but I went to the kitchen to get a snack as she followed. It wasn't clear what I was doing, so she asked me, "What are you doing?" Then she said, "What the fuck?" And I spun around right as she clicked the light in the hallway that was right above her. Immediately after she turned it on, just in time for me to see, as I just turned around, the light bulb exploded. A skinny figure resembling the girl from The Ring appeared. Only very tall, maybe 6 foot something, her body only being a few inches wide. It disappeared with the flash of the light from the exploding light bulb, leaving me and my girlfriend speechless. She said that she exclaimed, "What the fuck?" because she saw a white mist beside her, which is also why she turned on the light. It's the realest experience I've ever had, the most chilling. Me and that girlfriend broke up now, but the whole 2 years I was with her, creepy phenomena happened constantly. From the one I just mentioned to hearing voices, rhythmic tapping on windows, apparitions, dogs growling at nothing, and one time I heard stomping running up to me from behind despite being alone, but nothing like the skinny light bulb figure. The most notable other experiences were when we heard mumbling outside of our bedroom door, but we were alone in the house. When I was alone going to sleep, I saw a shadow figure walking parallel to my bed. Us talking about turning the bedroom light on, only for it to turn on by itself, right as we mentioned it. And items being moved, lost randomly, sometimes randomly appearing in the freezer of all places. My dog at the time was pretty quiet, unless we could physically see a person walking outside or something. But my girlfriend said that while I was at work, he would often growl at the hallway, hair standing up as well. I never had him do that the whole 15 years I had him. Almost all experiences were in the same house. And we both experienced them together and apart, but it was worse for her, especially when she was alone at the house and I was at work. There were also times in 2 other houses that she claimed to see someone laying beside her, facing her, despite being alone. I'll also mention I never experienced things so real, even in that house, until I got with her, and everything ceased when we broke up. And haven't had many things happen since. It's been a year. Any thoughts? Was my ex haunted? Is the ring girl or figures like her only from folklore? Former CO of a medium security prison in South New England. Spring 2004, we thought a prisoner had escaped the facilities. A massive manhunt went underway. We had to notify the nearest town for their safety and to be on the lookout. We plastered his mugshot everywhere. 2 weeks passed by with no leads. As a result of this, the prison receives major audits and multiple inspectors visit to examine every bolt and bar holding this institution up. One afternoon, one of these safety inspectors arrives with a ladder. His job is to climb through the ventilation system to grade our air quality. Nearest access point is in the gymnasium. I lead the man there and we pop off the big circular vent located on the wall. The inspector climbs in and crawls a couple feet before turning left to make his way down the first line of vents. I watch him repeat this process, back and forth, ducking in and out through the metal pipes. Then, the metal vents shake with a shrill, echoed scream. I hear the health inspector crawling as fast as he can, back in my direction. He tells me that he was moving towards the vents above the kitchen, but a dead body was obstructing his path. The inspector was pale and nauseous, disgusted with what he had stumbled upon, but I was elated. I radioed to the other COs that we caught our disappearing inmate. We get a crew in who broke the ceiling open and disconnected the pipe where the inmate was located. This next part, it's a bit morbid, but wow. When the pipe was laid on the ground, only the man's legs were visible, dangling out of the pipe. He'd gotten stuck and we'd just assumed that he'd died of asphyxiation. But when we opened the pipe, dislodging the body, we discovered something strange. It looked like his face had been completely mutilated. There was a large hole on his left cheek. Of his face, more was missing than not. When our inmate attempted his escape, he got stuck in the pipes. But we also have a lot of rats who frequently crawl through our vents. When he got trapped, the rats had made a path through him, starting from a single hole in his cheek, sprawling into tons of exit holes made by the rats. Because of his body being riddled with these holes, his abdomen and his legs were almost torn off when they tried to pull him out. The smell was horrendous, if you were curious. So this was by far my worst experience as a CO. Rat tunnels made through a human body should never be something that someone should have to see. Growing up, I always had to move from one place to another. There was this apartment in particular that terrified me. I was about 7 or 8 when weird stuff started happening. Basically, things would go missing. Things would get moved, and I'd hear footsteps in the hallways. Once my dad heard someone small running. He thought it was my sister, called out to her, but nobody answered. When he came to check on me and my sister, he found us both fast asleep. We always shared a room. One time, my mom baked a cake at night. I don't know why she decided to bake it at night, but she did. That night, we heard muffled chewing sounds. It wasn't my parents, as they'd gone to sleep hours before. Their room was in front of mine, and I would have seen them come out. The next day, we found half the cake was gone. Another time, my dad bought a GPS. He was very happy with it and put it on the table. The next day, it was gone. Me and my sister didn't touch it because my dad was very strict, and we used to be scared of what would happen if we touched it. My mom was home all day, but she's a busy woman and couldn't care less about a GPS. It was gone for a week, and then it was found. One day, my dad called my mom asking her where she found the GPS. It was right where he left it. This freaks me out the most. I had a saint, a paper with a saint on it. We call it a saint here. No matter how many times I got rid of the saint, it always comes back. I ripped it apart so many times. I shredded it, and it always returns to my desk. I no longer live in that house, but every time I walk by it, I get this feeling of dread. One night, when I was about 15, I was babysitting for my friend who had gone out to the bar. I babysat for her all the time. My friend and her friend came home, my friend with her boyfriend, and her friend with some man that she'd met at the bar. My friend would usually have her boyfriend run me home as I only lived a block away, but that night he'd been drinking, so the other guy said that he would run me home. My friend absolutely refused and was adamant about it. Even though she was drinking herself, she insisted on taking me home, and she did so. Later that night, the guy whom my friend's friend had brought home left my friend's house, went to 2 of my classmates' residence, and murdered them both. He was a Marine stationed in my town, and now sits in prison for his crimes. I asked my friend why she so adamantly refused to allow him to drive me home. She said it was just a gut instinct. I firmly believe her gut instinct saved my life. If he'd have been allowed to take me home, I know that I would have been the one cut up and murdered that night. When I was younger, I spent half of the week living with my ex, Christopher, in central Paris, near Rue Carducci Park. It was easier to stay in the city since I studied at university from Monday to Friday. Christopher and I maintained a mutual friendship with his ex-girlfriend, Alice. I know, please don't judge me. Back in the day, the 3 of us slept in the same room and shared a powerful relationship together. It was almost like a love triangle, but anyway, my experience isn't about our personal story. Alice and Christopher are sensitive people who feel energies and spirits. I never judged them since I also experienced baffling situations, but hey, I wanted to stay pragmatic. I can't explain what happened on those nights when Christopher and I talked in our sleep. Alice listened and told us everything in the morning. It happened a few times, but I have no memory of the events. She was absolutely sure we were speaking in tongues. There's no doubt about that. The disturbing part is that we don't understand or read Latin. She even took notes when we realized some of the sentences were from the Bible, some of them related to Lazarus. While Christopher is a devout Catholic, I'm not a religious person at all. Of course, I've read and studied the Bible and other religious books, but I cannot tell you entire parts from my memory. Since Alice is sensitive to this invisible world, she felt it was something disturbing and unusual. I often laugh and talk while I'm fully asleep, but this Latin episode never happened again. There's always this stereotype about creepy legends in Latin, especially because religion is often used by the media to play with our deepest fears. Do you think it's possible for our minds to use forgotten data to do this seemingly impossible? Do you have any alternative theories? Could it be related to ghosts or other entities? Sometimes I think about this whole experience and I still can't figure out what happened. Thanks for your theories and possible explanations. I'm 23 and in college. I live in a small college town in a 2-bedroom apartment by myself. This was about 2 weeks ago. I was taking the trash out to my dumpster at the complex, which wasn't too far. I didn't lock the door, and I know for sure I didn't because I have a camera. I was carrying heavy furniture, so I know I wouldn't have been able to lock it. When I returned from the trash, I heard myself complaining on the other side of the door. When I realized it was my voice, I froze in fear for about 10 seconds, then tried to open my door. The door was locked, and the voice was gone as soon as I put my hand to the door. I say I was complaining because that's the best way I can refer to the way I was speaking. Whatever that was upset and loud. I've thought about what this could have been over and over again. I checked my camera, which picks up my every movement and usually picks up sound, but nothing was there. My friend said that maybe it could have been some sort of skinwalker, or some sort of glitch in the matrix of myself where she wasn't supposed to be. I've been a night nurse in critical care for 6 years. If you work nights long enough, you know the unit develops a personality. Not haunted in the movie sense, just a place that hums and groans and teaches you when something feels off before the monitors ever tell you. Our ICU has 18 beds. Bed 12 is at the end of my side, closest to the exit. Its curtain is different, thicker, heavier. It doesn't sway when the air kicks on. It just hangs there still. The first night it happened was nothing special. Bed 12 was empty after a transfer. Curtains stay open when a room's empty. But when I came by around 2 a.m., they were closed. I called out thinking housekeeping had gone in. No answer. I pulled the curtain back and I felt resistance, like pulling against a person. For a split second, I swore I brushed someone's chest, but the bed was empty. I let go and the curtain shivered, like someone had shifted weight. I told myself it was airflow. I opened it, walked away. 10 minutes later, it was closed again. No one near it. This time when I pulled it, I felt something colder than the rest of the unit. A draft, but thick. And that brush again, like air exhaling against my fingers. I kept it to myself. You don't announce a ghost on night 1. The next night it happened again. That's when Cheryl, my tech, caught me staring and said, "Oh, 12. Mr. H used to close it every night. Said the shadow man didn't like eyes. Mr. H had died in that bed 2 weeks earlier. Delirium, I told myself. ICU psychosis. The mind breaking under lights, steroids, no sleep." But I didn't like how easily she'd said it. Night 3, we filled 12 again. A man in his 60s, pneumonia, weak, restless. Around 3 a.m., he grabbed my wrist and whispered, "He's back." His eyes were on the curtain that I'd pulled halfway closed to block the hall light. I opened it fully to reassure him. The room seemed to shrink, monitors muffling like we'd shut a door. His oxygen dipped. When I let the curtain fall back halfway, his numbers went up again. Coincidence, I told myself. Later, I found the curtain tied shut in a neat nurse's knot. Nobody claimed it. Maybe I did it on autopilot, but my gut said otherwise. At 5, his vitals crashed. We prepped to intubate. The only problem was the curtain. When I tried to move it, it wouldn't budge, like someone braced it from the other side. I yanked hard, and it pressed back into me, cold as ice through fabric. "Help me with the curtain," I muttered. Cheryl grabbed another section. Together we pulled until it finally gave way, sliding heavy and reluctant. We didn't talk about it. The doc intubated. The patient stabilized. The next morning, after shift change, I went back for a pen that I'd left. The curtain was closed again, tie pulled tight from the inside. The space behind was frigid, almost airless. There were faint gray streak marks on the tile, like the fabric had been dragged. I didn't mention it. Too many things like this, you become that nurse. Don't want to talk too much, cause too many problems. A week after that incident, Mr. H's wife stopped by with a thank you card. She patted 12's curtain and said, "He kept saying a man stood in there. I asked what he wanted. He told me, privacy." Not silly, I thought. Not even close. Now, when the unit gets loud, 12 goes quiet. Step inside that curtain and the chaos drops to a hush, like being underwater. It's oppressive, heavy. It isn't evil, more like territorial, like the room remembers the last breaths that left it. I've made peace with it. I never yank 12's curtain. I just ease it aside, like slipping past someone in a crowded hall. I tie it open at the end of my shift, though sometimes by morning it's drawn again. New grads don't notice at first, but they will. Everyone does. And when they ask, I'll give them the practical answer. Old track, weird vent. Don't worry about it. But I'll also teach them the right way to move it. Steady, respectful. And I'll watch their faces when they hear that momentary hush, the sound of something unseen pressing around their ribs. Because I've also learned that some places on the unit belong more to the leaving than the living. And in ours, it's a heavy curtain that never wants to stay open. I've done a lot of solo camping throughout my years. Most of it's been in well-traveled areas, state parks, popular trails. But sometimes I push deeper just to get away from the noise. Last fall, I went into the Olympic Peninsula. If you've ever been, it's one of the densest, quietest places you can imagine. Miles of forest that don't see another human for weeks. I was maybe 8 miles from the nearest road when I found a small ridge above a stream. It was a perfect spot. Flat ground, fresh water, decent visibility. I set up camp and made a fire, settled in. Still, one of the most beautiful spots I've seen. It was just after sunset when I noticed something. It was past the firelight, maybe 30 yards away. It was a figure. At first I thought it was a tree stump catching the light weird, but the shape was too tall and narrow, and this head was tilted slightly, like the figure was watching me. I told myself that it was nothing, definitely a trick of the light. I'd never been out here, probably the reflection of another tree. When you're alone in the woods, your brain loves to find faces where there aren't any. I stoked the fire and forced myself to ignore it. I thought it was supposed to be trusting some sort of gut feeling. It wasn't there. I didn't feel afraid. So eventually, I did ignore it. The next day, I hiked further upstream to fish. When I got back, there was no sign of anything near camp. I remember looking across the way, trying to figure out if there was a tree or something that could have been making that shape. Now I couldn't stop thinking about it for some reason. And that night, just as the sun dropped, I saw it again. Same spot and same distance, still as a statue. I considered calling out. Something about that felt silly, so instead I began waving, almost frantically, flashing my light on myself. No movement, no sound from the other thing. Eventually I turned in for the night, figuring that whatever it was, it had no interest in getting closer, and was probably, truly, nothing. I remember tossing and turning in my tent. I couldn't sleep, so I decided I'm going to stay up a little bit later. I was reading in my tent with a small light. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember was waking to a faint sound. Breathing. No animal breathing. It wasn't a huff of a deer or a sniff of a raccoon. This was slow, steady, human. I unzipped the tent, just enough to peek out. The fire had burned low, and my eyes took a second to adjust. When they did, I could see that same shape, the one I'd seen across the way. It was now just on the other side of the fire pit, closer than I'd ever seen it. I could tell now by the glow that there was skin, if that's what you'd even call it. It was tight, smooth, no hair. Even where the eyes should have been or where anything should have been, it was just skin. It didn't even flinch when I moved, but clearly that breathing sound was coming from it. I don't remember making the decision to get out of the tent fully, but suddenly I was on my feet, flashlight in hand, shining it right at the thing. The beam hit empty ground. I didn't pack up that night, but I didn't sleep either. I stood by the fire with my hatchet until the sun came up. Then I left everything but the essentials and hiked straight back to my car. I told myself that I wouldn't even talk about it. No one believes these kind of stories anyways, but it's just too strange not to share. I used to be a cop. Put in 20 years before I decided I'd had enough of late nights and paperwork that never ended. After that, I took a job doing security at a hospital in my city. Seemed like a good way to stay busy without the same level of stress. Now, this wasn't one of the newer hospitals. It had been around forever. The main building used to be a church, and over the decades, they just kept adding on to it. New wings, new floors, always something under construction. You could walk the halls and feel when you'd crossed from old to new. The air definitely felt heavier in the older parts. My shift was overnight, quiet hours mostly, a few drunks in the ER, the occasional lost visitor, but nothing compared to the chaos of being a cop. I thought it would be boring, honestly, but there was one thing that still sticks with me from my time there. Starting with a voice. I was making rounds near the East Wing, which at the time was closed off for construction. The lights were dim down there, just the emergency bulbs casting that yellow glow, and the smell of fresh paint in the air. And that's when I heard clear as day. Hello? It was faint, but it echoed just right, like someone had called from one of the empty rooms. I stood there trying to think. Maybe a patient had wandered off, or some kid had gotten lost. I called out, asked if anyone was there, but got nothing back. I checked the wing top to bottom, every door, every hallway, empty. A week later, same thing, different night, different part of the wing, but the same voice. Hello? Like someone calling out for a response, but not panicked, almost polite. This time, I took my time, walked the halls slowly, listening. Every time I turned a corner, the voice seemed to move just ahead of me, like it was leading me deeper into the empty wing. Eventually, it stopped altogether, and I found myself standing in a half-renovated room with no ceiling tiles and wires dangling, alone. It kept happening, though. Not every night. Often enough that I started to expect it, though. Always the same tone, same single word, and every time I checked, there was nobody there. One night, I decided to mention it to one of the nurses that I knew well. She gave me this look and said, "Oh, really? So you've heard him?" I asked her what she meant. She told me stories that had been floating around for years, back before the hospital expanded or was even a hospital. When it was still partly the old church, a man had died in that wing. Some said it was a patient, others said it was a priest. It was probably both. Nobody seemed sure, but everyone agreed on one thing. People still heard voices calling out. I wanted to brush it off, but I couldn't. Not after hearing it myself so many times. It really just confirmed what I was already thinking. The last night I worked there, before I finally quit for good, I made one last round through the East Wing, and sure enough, I heard it again. It was the same soft, distant hello for me, drifting through the empty hall. I can't explain it. All I know is that voice wasn't from any patient or staff. Not from this time, anyway. I've never liked sleeping away from home. Even as a kid, sleepovers gave me anxiety, like I was stranded on the wrong side of town. So when my parents signed me up for 2 weeks at a sleepaway camp in Washington, summer '98, I hated every second leading up to it. The camp was deep in the woods, real towering evergreens, dark underbrush, cabins lined in rows with mosquito nets stapled to the windows. It smelled like pine and damp earth no matter where I stood. Everyone seemed thrilled. I just wanted to go home. The first few nights were awful. The counselors let us stay up a little bit late, and then it was lights out. I'd lie on the thin mattress, staring at the wooden ceiling, trying to ignore every rustle outside. The crickets, the creak of bunks shifting when the other girls rolled over. I was the only one awake, hours later, straining to hear my parents' car pulling up to rescue me, though I knew it wasn't likely. And then I saw the shadow. It wasn't like the others cast from the moonlight through the window. It had shape. It stood in the corner near the cabin door, taller than any adult I knew, shoulders bent forward. It didn't move, didn't flicker like shadows do when headlights sweep past. It just stood there. I thought maybe I should scream for the counselor, but my throat locked. My brain kept trying to give me a normal answer. Coat rack, broom. We didn't have any of those things there, though. Even if we did, they wouldn't lean closer the way this thing did. When I squeezed my eyes shut, I must have passed out from exhaustion. The next thing I knew, it was morning. Kids were already getting dressed for breakfast. The shadow was gone. But that became the pattern. Every night, once the cabin was quiet, the shadow would appear in the same corner. Sometimes it shifted an inch forward, tilted its head, but mostly it just stood there, watching. I was terrified and angry. I knew that something like this would happen if I slept away from home. I'd bury my face in my sleeping bag, too scared to breathe loud. But slowly, something shifted. I realized that the nights I saw the shadow were the nights I actually fell asleep. The fear would peak and then fade, leaving behind this strange sense of calm. I'd glance over, see it in its corner, and instead of panicking, I'd feel myself drift off, like it was keeping watch, in a good way. The scariest night was during a thunderstorm. Lightning lit up the cabin in a harsh flash. I and for the first time, I saw its outline clearly. Long arms, bent shoulders. I thought my heart was going to stop, but instead of pulling the blankets over my head, I just rolled over and slept deeper than I had all week. By the time camp ended, I wasn't dreading nights anymore. I still never told anyone about it. I didn't want to be the weird kid who saw things. But I knew that I'd made it through because of that shadow in the corner. I don't know what it was or why it chose my cabin, but I've never forgotten how it felt or what I saw. At first, it was the scariest thing I'd ever seen, but in the end, it totally became something else, something that helped me sleep, like a presence that made the dark a little easier to face. I still had trouble with sleepovers after that. I'd catch myself wishing the shadow would show up again. It never did, though. It never has. I used to work at a psychiatric facility for teenagers. It was kind of a creepy place, temporal wiring, and a heavy silence that settled in deep into your chest. It was sad, but it was something else too. My first week, the power went out. A breaker had flipped, and maintenance said that it would be at least 3 hours before they could get there. I volunteered to check myself. The other staff members sort of went quiet, and when no one offered to go with me, that probably should have been my first clue. The basement, it was what you'd expect. Cold, damp. I was scanning the breaker box when I heard a man's voice behind me, clear as day. "What are you doing?" I jumped and turned around, expecting to see someone. Maybe maintenance came early and slipped in without me hearing. But there was no one there. The basement stairs were loud enough to hear even one step, and yet I was alone. I never found the flipped breaker. When I came back up and asked if anyone had come down, every staff member was accounted for. That was the first time that something happened, but it wasn't the last. Not long after, a strange smell started to show up. Gardenias. Overpowering and artificial, like perfume poured on too heavy. Every time I smelled it, I'd get dizzy and nauseous. Sometimes I had to step outside just to breathe. Some of the kids said that they smelled it too, and so did a few of the staff. There was never an explanation for it. And then there were the hands. One night on an overnight shift, I was stationed in the living room near the basement door. I glanced over and froze. There were hands, 3, maybe 4 pairs, clawing at the bottom of the door. Pale, frantic, stretching under the crack like they were trying to pull themselves through. I didn't even move. I remember just staring until they vanished right in front of me. I knew I wasn't crazy, but what the hell was that? Another night, I was sitting at the opposite end of where the makeshift living room was. I heard footsteps upstairs. Everyone was accounted for. I went to the bottom of the stairs and I saw 2 glowing red eyes hovering just above the top step. I stared right into them, and then I hissed without even thinking, "Leave him alone." I heard a growl, and I watched those eyes disappear. There was a boy, 17, sharp kid. He was just a week away from discharge and had a full college scholarship lined up. Not the type to make things up. It was one of the days where the kids from the children's hospital would come over. We were all playing hide and seek, staff included, to keep things light. I was the seeker. I spotted someone slipping into a closet. In the same room, a blanket on the bed looked like someone hiding underneath. I pulled it back. Nothing there. But then something black streaked past the corner of my vision, fast into the next room. The kid in the closet came out, pale. I heard someone say, "Got you," and then I felt a hand on my shoulder. He said, "That wasn't you, right?" The night shifts actually got worse. I once saw a shadow of a man, tall, solid, walking through a blind corner. I caught him in the mirror, and I saw him again in the reflection of the kitchen window. I waited as he passed through the side door and vanished. Sometimes after shifts, I'd get into my car and see a figure in the back seat. I'd speak aloud, "You're not welcome here. You cannot come with me." Usually it disappeared, but once something latched onto my back. It was cold and heavy and paralyzing. I literally couldn't drive. It took 15 minutes of prayer and sheer will to shake it off. The longer I worked there, the more I unraveled. My anxiety spiked. I was constantly paranoid. I developed severe insomnia and gained a dangerous amount of weight. By the time I left, I was barely functioning. And the strange thing, I didn't leave because of the hauntings. I probably should have, but I didn't. I left because one of the boys, a sweet, quiet kid who aged out of the program, took his own life. After everything, after all the support, the progress, it still wasn't enough. That broke me more than the shadows ever could. I moved on to an assisted living facility. The deaths there were expected, natural, peaceful. People who had lived full lives. Some things still follow me, but I learned how to leave the door closed. This happened when my daughter was about 6 years old. She's grown now, married with a family of her own, and she doesn't remember a thing about it. But I do. I remember it like it was yesterday. Back then we lived in a smaller house, 2 bedrooms side by side. My daughter had her own room, and most nights she had no trouble sleeping. But for a while, she started telling me about a man who stood at the foot of her bed at night. She wasn't scared when she told me, more matter-of-fact about it. She'd say, "The man's back again," like she were talking about a neighbor stopping by. I figured it was a phrase, just an overactive imagination. I checked her room, though, reassure her nobody was there. She'd fall back asleep, but tell me, "He's there." This went on for weeks. Always the same description. Tall, dark, just standing there watching. My spouse and I brushed it off as childhood dreams. Kids see things in the dark, right? One night I woke up for no particular reason. Something just pulled me out of sleep. The house was quiet. I glanced at the clock. It was just after 3 a.m., and then I looked toward the hallway. My daughter's bedroom door was cracked open, and I could see the faint glow of her nightlight. And I could also see him, a shadowy figure, standing at the foot of her bed, exactly where she'd always said he would be. He wasn't moving, just standing there, tall, but solid, darker than the rest of the room. Every instinct I had screamed to run in and grab her, but I couldn't move. I just stared. I blinked and stood, but he was gone. I rushed into her room, but she was sound asleep, breathing steady, clutching her stuffed animal, completely unaware. I never told her what I saw. She stopped mentioning the man not long after. Life just went on. But years later, when she was a teenager, I tried to bring it up casually, asked if she remembered ever having any strange dreams as a kid. She just stared at me blankly, said no. She has no memory of it at all. But I do. I'll always remember the night I saw exactly what she'd been describing, standing at the foot of her bed. Who it was, what it was, I don't know. A friend of mine lived in this really old building, a real relic, built sometime in the early 1800s in a tiny Texas town that looked like it hadn't changed much since. His apartment was upstairs with businesses below. The whole place had originally been some kind of small factory, but over the years it had been chopped up, repurposed into modern living spaces. Of course, modern is a stretch. There were plenty of reminders that this place wasn't originally meant to be lived in. The weirdest one, the small door in the closet that led to, well, nothing really. Just an odd, empty space between the walls, like a forgotten gap in the architecture. It didn't seem to serve a purpose, except for occasionally blowing itself open with an icy draft, which he chalked up to bad remodeling. And that's the same reasoning he used for the noises that he'd sometimes hear from behind it. Soft rustling, quiet thuds. The kind of thing you hear and convince yourself that it's just the building settling, even when it doesn't quite sound like that. And then there were the windows. They'd be open, randomly, not just the ones that he and his girlfriend had opened, but others, ones that neither of them had touched. He'd come home and find them open, close them, and then later they'd be open again. At first he figured that the latches were old and loose, maybe weak enough to give way over time. It was weird, sure, but not enough to lose sleep over. That changed the day that he stayed home from work. He was in the kitchen when he heard it. Click. The unmistakable sound of a window latch popping open. Then another. Then another. One after the other, moving in a line across the apartment, as if someone was walking through the living room, unlatching them, one by one. And then, all at once, they swung open. Every single one. He grabbed his keys and left. No hesitation. Spent the rest of the day somewhere, anywhere else. When he came back that weekend, he tried to find some kind of logical explanation, checking the latches, looking for drafts, anything that could have caused it. Everything seemed normal. For a while, nothing weird happened again. Then, a month later, his girlfriend stayed home alone. She called him, freaking out, saying that it had just happened to her. The windows, one after the other, and then all of them at once. At that point, they both just accepted it. The windows were weird. The building was weird. Maybe the whole town was weird. Whatever, it wasn't dangerous, right? And then they got the dog. It was a puppy, stupidly happy, always running around, chewing on stuff it wasn't supposed to, doing all the things puppies do. But there were moments, specific moments, when all of that stopped. Whenever the closet door blew open or the windows unlatched, the puppy would freeze. It would stop playing, stop wagging its tail, just go completely still. And then it would watch something. Its eyes would lock onto a point in the room where, as far as they could tell, there was nothing. And then, without breaking focus, its gaze would slowly track across the space, like it was following someone moving through the apartment. They never saw anything, never heard anything, but the dog did. And after the third or fourth time it happened, they decided they weren't going to wait around to figure out what it was that was watching. They moved out. No second thoughts, no regrets, just gone. True story. Virginia Beach, my girlfriend and I decided to soak up the last bit of nature before we hit the road. As the light faded and the sun was setting, we realized we'd stayed too long. The park's gates were about to close. We didn't want to get locked in. The place was dead quiet. No other cars, no other people. We jumped in the car and started heading for the exit. And that's when we saw her, a young girl sitting on a cement block by the side of the road. She was wearing an old-fashioned, long dress, the kind you'd see in history books. In her hands, she held a large red ball, perfectly still. She was pale, thin, long brown hair. She didn't even glance at us as we drove by, just stared straight ahead, like she was waiting for something. It's hard to explain, but it felt wrong. Who was she waiting for? Why wasn't she in a hurry to leave the park? We kept going, trying to shake the weirdness of it, but things somehow got worse. Ahead of us, a man stood in the middle of the road, blocking our path. He looked just as out of place as the girl, dressed in suspenders over a dirty white shirt, black pants caked with mud. He waved his arms, motioning for us to stop, but something about him was off. As we got closer, we could see his face. His eyes were wild. His mouth was twisted with anger. He didn't look like someone who needed help. He looked like someone who we needed to get away from. "Don't stop," my girlfriend whispered. I didn't. I swerved to the side, and the man lunged towards the car. His fingers slapped against the window as we sped past. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, my stomach dropped. He was running after us full sprint, his arms pumping like he'd been waiting all night for a chase. We hit the gas. The tires were screeching as we made it to the gate. I remember I glanced back one last time, and there was nobody there. We never went back. We never figured out who or what they were. Growing up, my family always felt watched. Not in the typical paranoid kid-in-the-dark way. I mean, all of us. My dad, my siblings, even myself. We've all seen something. Or someone. A tall, dark figure that would appear at random and always vanish just as quickly. It wasn't until I got older that I started putting the pieces together, especially after something my dad once said. "It's always followed your mom." And that stuck with me, because after my parents divorced, we spent less time with our mom, and none of us saw it again. My mom, though, she never talks about it. She shuts down completely when the subject comes up, tightens her jaw, looks away, changes the subject. My dad's mentioned it only a handful of times, and even then, never in detail. But I remember him telling me once that I used to talk to it when I was little. He'd hear me in my room having full conversations, and when he asked who I was talking to, I'd say, "The tall man." Apparently, that was a regular occurrence. My brother had his own issues with it too. When we lived in an apartment years ago, he refused to use the bathroom at night, said he saw something standing in the corner more than once. At first, my parents thought that he was just scared of the dark, but it got to the point where he'd hold it until the morning. I remember hearing him cry once because he was too scared to go in, even with the lights on. For me, the worst moment came during what I now know as sleep paralysis. I was maybe 8. I woke up in the middle of the night, completely frozen. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, just stuck there with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling. And there it was, not standing in the corner, but pressed against the ceiling, like it was defying gravity. Its back was flat to the surface, limbs fully spread out. Its head was looking down towards me, as if it was waiting for me to notice it. It didn't move. It didn't have to. Just the sight of it up there, watching. It was enough to burn the memory into my brain like a brand. I didn't sleep in that room again for weeks. Years later, after the divorce, I went a long time without anything strange happening. That weird pressure in the air, the feeling that something was in the room just behind you, it was gone. I figured maybe it had moved on. Maybe it had always been tied to that house or that apartment or whatever. But then it happened again. Not long ago, I was visiting my mom at my aunt's house. While walking through the house, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. There's a set of stairs off the side of the living room, and I saw something, tall and dark, walk halfway up, then stop, then turn and walk back down. The view was partially blocked by the railing, so I didn't get a clear look, but it was there. I know it was. Later that same day, my aunt mentioned that she'd seen a shadow behind her. on that same staircase, the same time of day. She said it like she was trying to laugh it off, but the look in her eyes was uneasy, like it had rattled her more than she was letting on. I don't know if it's the same thing. I don't know if it's following me, or if it ever truly left. But I can't shake the feeling that it's tied to something bigger, something connected to my mom, maybe even something older than any of us realize. She won't talk about it. My dad barely does. And as for me, I try not to think about it without much success. And even all these years later, I'll still check the ceiling sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, just in case. I don't know if what I saw qualifies as a ghost, but it definitely wasn't anything I can explain, and I've never forgotten it. This happened a few years back when I was working the midnight shift at a correctional facility. Most nights were quiet, boring even. You spent a lot of time walking tiers, checking cells, making sure no one's where they shouldn't be. It gets repetitive, and after a while, you get used to the stillness of 2 or 3 a.m. It's usually the calmest time of night, but not that night. It was around 2 a.m. I was doing my usual walkthrough, about to hit one of the checkpoints on my round. I'd stepped into the tier when I noticed something at cell 12. Movement. At first, I thought it was just an inmate reaching out to get my attention. Pretty common, especially if someone wants meds or has a grievance. But as I got closer, I realized something was off. The hand that was reaching out wasn't just waving or tapping the bars. It was still, too still. Pale, long fingers stretched out through the bars like it was waiting for something. I slowed my pace, watching it as I moved down the tier. Then the arm started to extend, not in the normal way, like someone leaning further out. This was unnatural. The arm elongated, like it wasn't attached to bones or muscle. It just kept stretching, silently, until it reached the security phone mounted on the wall, at least 10 feet from the cell door. I froze. I was standing there, eyes locked on this thing, trying to make sense of it. My brain just couldn't compute what I was seeing. The way the arm moved was all wrong, and there was no sound, no struggle, just a slow, fluid motion, like watching a shadow glide across the wall. Then, just as slowly, the arm retracted, slid back into the cell. I don't remember feeling scared right away. It was more like complete disbelief, the kind that makes your whole body go cold. And then the fear crept in, slow and heavy. My hands were shaking. I backed away and grabbed my radio. I called into the tactical room and said, "I can't do my tour right now. You're going to think I've lost it, but I swear I just saw something." There was a short pause, and then my sergeant came over the radio. "You saw the arm, didn't you?" Just like that, calm, certain. And that's when I really lost my grip. I asked him what he meant, and he just said, "Come back to the office." I checked the log. Cell 12 was supposed to be empty. Had been for days. No one assigned, no one scheduled to move in. I walked back down the tier during daylight the next day just to be sure. The cell was locked, empty. I never got a straight answer about what my sergeant knew. He wouldn't talk about it again after that night, just shrugged it off any time I brought it up. But I know what I saw. There was no inmate in that cell. And that arm, whatever it belonged to, it wasn't human. Not anymore. When I was little, I spent a lot of time at my grandparents' house, who loved to save everything. So their living room was a mix of old furniture, faded rugs, and a faint smell of mothballs. But the centerpiece, at least for me, was the television. It wasn't a new model for the time or anything. just a bulky secondhand set that they'd picked up when I was maybe 5 or 6. My grandmother was quite proud of it. She'd gotten it for next to nothing from a shop in town. The screen had that thick glass front that reflected the whole room when it was turned off. I used to sleep on the couch in front of it when I stayed over. At first it was exciting, like a little adventure, but after a few nights I started refusing. Because sometimes when the room went dark and the TV screen turned into a mirror, I'd see a face. It wasn't my face, or any that I recognized. I'd lie there, blanket pulled to my chin, watching the dim reflection of the curtains, the lamp, the edge of the couch. And then out of nowhere, there it would be, a face hovering in the glass, pale, featureless in some ways, yet sharp enough to make my stomach drop. It wasn't my grandparents checking on me, and it wasn't a trick of the light. The first time it happened, I thought that maybe I'd been half asleep. But the second time, when I woke up with that prickle of dread, and I saw it staring from the TV, I bolted upstairs. I begged to sleep in the guest room instead. My grandparents didn't argue. I think they just chalked it up to me being a jumpy kid, scaring myself. After all that, I tried to avoid falling asleep in front of it, but kids don't always get to choose. And on nights when I drifted off in the living room, waking up was terrifying. Usually the face would already be there when my eyes would open. Faint but clear, watching. I'd move at first to catch a glimpse, and then I'd lie perfectly still, too scared to blink, until I couldn't take it anymore. I squeezed my eyes shut. I remember praying that I'd wake up again in the daylight. I never told my grandparents exactly what I was seeing. I just said that I didn't like the TV at night. My grandmother would laugh and say, "You don't have to watch it, honey." But it wasn't about watching. It was about being watched. The odd thing is, the house itself never felt haunted. I never heard strange noises, never felt cold spots. I never saw anything out of place. Nothing until that TV. Whatever it was, it seemed to be tied to that one object, a secondhand TV that had belonged to someone before it came into my grandparents' home. As I got older, you do what you do. Convince yourself it was in your head. Kids see things in the shadows or in reflections, but deep down I do think I always knew better. Dreams fade and memories warp, but this stayed crisp, like a scar in my mind. I never questioned what I saw. I just never really told anyone. Years later, long after my grandparents had passed, I thought to ask about that TV. I asked my mom what happened to it. She shrugged, said that it was probably donated again, or tossed out when they cleaned the house. Just another piece of junk. That unsettled me more than anything, actually. Somewhere out there, someone else might have picked it up, set it in their living room, stared into the same thick glass screen, and maybe saw what I saw. I'll never know, though. All I can say is this: it wasn't the house, and it wasn't my imagination. It was the television, or whatever was inside of it. I was 13 when my parents decided I was old enough to have my own space downstairs. The bottom floor of our raised ranch was mostly finished, and what used to be a spare room became my bedroom. Everyone else slept upstairs, and from the first night that I moved down there, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't really alone. At first, it was just a heaviness in the room, like being watched. Now and then, I'd hear things, faint footsteps above when everyone was asleep, knocks that I couldn't really trace, objects slightly shifted. It was like just enough to make me uneasy, but easy enough to shrug off. 2 months in, I had a real scare. I'd gone to bed like any other night, light switched off, door shut tight. I woke suddenly around 2 a.m. Every hair on my body was standing on end. I don't know what pulled me awake, but Something had changed. My bedroom door, which I'd closed, was standing wide open. Even worse, the hallway light outside was on. My family never left that light on. They'd never come downstairs. And I hadn't left that light on. And then I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, just beyond my door, in the hall. My heart hammered as I stared into the doorway, too scared to even move. The footsteps stopped, right in front of the door that led to the garage. The door was already locked. I hear that knob jiggle twice. Not a sound I imagined, not the house settling. I knew that sound as well as I knew my own heartbeat, and if the garage was locked from the inside, something was jiggling it from my side of the door. The steps started again, 5 or 6 slow, heavy steps, coming back toward my room, and they stopped just outside my doorway, in the light. But there was nothing there, just the unbearable weight of being watched. I could feel it, like someone was standing there, but I couldn't see it. I did the only thing that I could think to do. I turned over toward the wall, squeezed my eyes shut, prayed for sleep. Somehow, I managed it. I never had another night like that in that house, though I never felt comfortable in that room again. It just always felt heavy. We did move a few years later. I told myself that I'd been half dreaming, caught between sleep and waking, just my imagination. But that was all just to get through it. Once we moved, I instantly knew something was wrong with that space. In the 5 years after we left, I learned something that made me rethink everything. The family who'd lived there before us had an elderly grandfather. He died in the same downstairs bedroom, the one I'd been sleeping in. Sure, maybe it's not connected, but I found it interesting enough. I just think when someone passes, there's energy, theirs, others. I don't know, but I've never felt what I felt in that room anywhere else in my life. About a year ago, I was at my dad's house taking care of the dog for a week because he had gone camping with some friends and my sister. My wife was also gone to Colombia with her family for a month. My in-laws asked me to take care of their dog while they were gone, and so I of course said yes. So there I am, first night at my dad's house with 2 dogs who had been playing together all day. I decided to go to bed around 10, so I lock the front door and the back door. I make sure every door in the house, except for my bedroom door, is closed, and I fall asleep. At about 12, I hear the dogs freaking out, barking and whining, so I jump out of bed to go check on them. On my way downstairs, I see the back door is unlocked and open. I look down at the dogs. They're both staring at the basement door, whining and growling, while laying in a puddle of their own pee. I realize dogs have accidents, but not these ones. Not at this time. I see the basement door is open, so I have 911 ready to be called on my phone, and I go downstairs. I searched around for a while, even though I wasn't sure what I was looking for, until I decided to go back upstairs and clean off the dogs. At about 1 a.m, the dogs are finally clean and no longer focused on the basement. So I make sure the basement door is latched, and I go back upstairs after making sure the back door is locked as well. At about 2 a.m., I once again hear the dogs barking and freaking out, so I run downstairs. Once again, I see the back door wide open, so is the basement door. But this time, both dogs are staring out the window, looking into the backyard. So I don't bother going downstairs, I just close the door. I run to the back door and I close it and lock it as hard and as fast as I can. I go upstairs, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, but both dogs slept on the bed with me. After about a week, my dad gets home and I ask him if we can watch his home cameras for the first night that I was there. He keeps it all on his cell phone. As we're watching, I was just looking to see if anything or anyone even went near the house during the night. Oddly enough, there was nothing. The only weird thing is that around 12 and 2, the back door randomly flings open with nothing going in or out. And you can see from a camera from a different angle in the house that I clearly lock the back doors every single time. My dad says there's been no issues with locks any other day before or since then. So if my dad's house is haunted, I guess whatever's there doesn't like me too much. My girlfriend, now my wife, was sleeping over at my place back when this happened. I was going through a stretch of pretty bad insomnia. No real reason for it. I just couldn't sleep more than a few hours at a time. And on this particular night, I was wide awake. It was probably around 2 or 3 in the morning. So the room was completely still. And there was just the faint hum of my computer. As my girl slept next to me, breathing steady, blanket half off, I was just lying there, staring up at the ceiling, when something fell off my desk across the room. I didn't hear it slide or shift, just clatter, sharp and sudden. It wasn't even that loud, but it felt weird, like it was meant to get my attention. The air changed in the room. You ever get that weird static feeling, like something feels wrong, but you just can't really explain it? That's what hit me. I pulled the blanket up over my face. I don't know why. I was a grown man hiding like a kid, but it was instinct. I kept telling myself it was probably just something small that had been precariously placed. Maybe a pen, a thumb drive. But then I heard breathing. It certainly wasn't my girlfriend's breathing. It was heavy and slow. Something was exhaling right in front of me. It wasn't across the room where the noise had come from. It was right at the edge of the bed. I could move, but I didn't. I was listening, heart pounding in my ears, as this breathing circled from the foot of the bed around to the side where I was laying. It was so close I could practically feel it on the blanket. It definitely wasn't my girlfriend. I could hear hers too, calm, rhythmic. Then, without warning, she stirred, shifted a bit, mumbled something. I stayed completely still under the covers, trying to listen past the sound of my own panic. She sat up and threw the blanket off, clearly about to get up and use the bathroom. I heard her feet touch the floor, and then she screamed. It wasn't startled or confused. It was pure terror. She backed up onto the bed so fast she almost knocked over the nightstand, already crying before I could even ask what happened. "There's a girl," she sobbed. "She's right there, sitting on the floor." My stomach dropped. I launched myself off the bed in a single move, straight for the light switch, and slammed it on. Of course, there was nothing there now, just an old hoodie crumpled near the foot of the bed that hadn't been there before, or maybe it had. I didn't know what was real at that point. I asked her what she saw. She said it looked like a little girl sitting in the fetal position, facing the floor. When she stepped towards her, the girl looked up, her eyes wide, like she was scared. And then she vanished. I told her about the breathing, how I'd heard it circling the bed just moments before. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We just sat there with the lights on, not really saying much. Every creak in the house made us flinch. We don't live there anymore. We never saw the girl again, but we both still think about it more than we care to admit. I was maybe 8 or 9 when this happened, but I still remember the sound of that voice like it just happened yesterday. My little brother and I were spending the weekend at our grandparents' house. They lived in this tiny village that backed right up to dense woods. No sidewalk, barely any streetlights, Just endless trees and really quiet. The quiet that makes you hear things that might not be there. We played outside most of the afternoon while the sun was still up. Kickball, digging in the flower beds, that kind of thing. I don't think that we were even supposed to be out that late, but no one came to get us, so we stayed. The sun had dipped low enough that the woods were already in full shadow, but the garden still had a little bit of light. We were by the back hedge when we heard something. It was my Gran's voice. "Kids, come here for a second." It wasn't loud, just low enough that we both stopped and looked forward at the tree line. She called again. This time, she said my name, and then my little brother's. The only reason we didn't go is because something about it didn't sit right with me. I just remember this weird hesitation, like my brain couldn't figure out why she would be in the woods instead of calling us from the back porch like she always did. I grabbed my brother's arm and I told him to wait. He asked why. I didn't really have an answer for him, but we just stood there for a few seconds. And then I said, "Let's go check inside." I don't know why I was so certain, but something about the way the voice sounded, I guess. It was like her, but not. Kept me from taking another step, really. It wasn't wrong in an obvious way. My little brother was ready to run out there. That's what made it worse. It was too perfect. Like someone doing an impression. We ran inside and my step-granddad looked up from the living room like nothing was going on. I asked where Gran was. He said that she was upstairs, getting ready for bed. She hadn't left the house all evening. I remember just standing there, stuck between feeling embarrassed for asking and cold all over, like my skin knew something that my little brain didn't. I told her about it later, what we heard, where the voice came from. She brushed it off like it was our imagination, but I noticed that she started locking the back door earlier after that. And the next time we visited, the curtain over the back door had been replaced with something thicker, something you couldn't see through at night. We may have never talked about it again, but I haven't forgotten it. Not the sound of the voice, or the way that it said our names. It was calling to us. I grew up going to the state fair every summer. It was our family's tradition. Funnel cakes, rides, livestock barns, all of it. Even as I got older, I kept going. Some years with friends, some years by myself. The year that this happened, my grandfather had just passed away a few months earlier. He was the one who always made sure we went, even when money was tight. I didn't feel much like celebrating, but something told me I should go anyway. I was walking near the midway, leaving through the crowd, when I caught sight of him, my grandfather. He was standing by the old Ferris wheel, in the same faded baseball cap that he always wore, watching the people go by. For a second, I thought my brain was just filling in a familiar face in the crowd, but then he turned, clear as day, and smiled at me. It wasn't a long moment, just a few seconds, but it froze me in place, and when I finally blinked, he was gone. No trace of him. I don't know what exactly I saw that day. I know it wasn't really him, but I like to think that maybe it was his way of keeping the tradition alive. One last trip to the fair together. I remember it wasn't supposed to work that night. It was my night off, and I had zero plans to leave the house. Around midnight, I get a call from the dispatcher. Someone called out and they needed coverage at another site across town. I never worked there before, but I figured overtime's overtime. It wasn't until I pulled up that I realized where I was. This place used to be one of my dad's posts. He worked security for years before he passed, and I remember him telling me stories about this exact property. It's mostly offices and warehouses, with long, empty hallways, bad lighting. It's definitely one that feels abandoned, even when it's open. Anyway, I signed in, got the keys, and started my shift. It was quiet, but most of these jobs are. I'd been walking rounds for about 2 hours when I went into one of the bigger office buildings. The door locks behind me, so no one else should have been inside. I barely made it down the first hallway when I noticed movement at the far end. There was a man walking away from me, just far enough that I couldn't make out the details. It was 2 a.m. and the building was locked. There was no reason for anyone else to be there. I closed the door quietly and started towards him. He was wearing a security uniform, but not like mine. This was older, different company entirely. And then it clicked. That was the company my dad worked for when he was posted here. By the time I was close enough to see his face, my heart was practically out of my chest. Because it was my dad. Not someone who looked like him, not a trick of the light. It was my dad. Same build, same way he carried himself. Same face I'd grown up seeing across the dinner table. He stopped mid-step and looked right at me. We just stood there, staring at each other. It couldn't have been more than 20 or 30 seconds, but it felt longer. His expression never changed. And then he turned the corner. I ran after him full sprint. The hallway was empty. No open doors or footsteps. Just the same dim lights and the hum of that building. That was almost 2 years ago. I've covered shifts at that site at least 20 times since, always hoping I'll see him again. But I never have. I still don't really know what to make of it all. Could have been a ghost. Could have been my mind messing with me. Because I was in one of his old posts. Or maybe I actually saw him working that night, just in another time. Whatever it was, I've never shaken that feeling that for a few seconds, we were in the same place again. When I was 15, a long time ago, as I'm 60 now, I was growing up in a tiny village called New Galloway in the wilds of southwest Scotland. One evening, I was walking back from a friend's house when I noticed that the lights were on in the old reading room, a building at least 300 years old. Back then, it was used for carpet bowl games, but I knew that it was the wrong night for that. It should have been shut. Yet as I walked closer, I could hear people talking, laughing, the sounds of a game in full swing. Curious and a bit puzzled, I went through the gate and up to the door. Oddly, it was locked. I walked around the side and peered through the window and froze. The room was completely dark and empty. No people, no lights. My heart started racing. I couldn't believe what I'd just heard. As I stood there trying to make sense of it all, I heard a laugh. Low, chilling, unmistakably sinister. Yet no one was there. In that moment, fear took over, and I ran like hell. I'd never been so terrified in my life. Even now, as an old man, I can say with certainty that laugh was pure evil. I hope I never hear anything like that again. Later, I found out the grim history behind that building. Years earlier, the caretaker had hanged himself from one of the rafters. His body was discovered when people arrived for their weekly bowls game. Even now, I still have nightmares about that night. I've never been much for ghost stories. Not that I think people are lying. I just never paid much attention when I was younger and such. I liked taking things apart and putting them back together, not sitting around telling ghost stories. Even now, I wouldn't call myself a believer, but I'll give you this. Something happened to me once, and to this day, I don't know how to explain it. I was a teenager, maybe 16 or 17, and I'd come home late one night. Nothing wild. I wasn't that kind of kid. I was sober, sharp, clear-headed, but the house was empty. Parents were out, sister gone, just me walking down that long hallway to my bedroom at the end of it. I went to push the door open, only I must not have turned the knob all the way. Instead of walking into my room, I smacked right into the door. Chest, really. Nearly knocked the wind out of myself. Not my proudest moment. I cursed under my breath and grabbed the knob and swung the door open. There was a figure, big, dark, standing right there in my room, filling the space in front of me. For a split second, my brain tried to make it into a person, an intruder maybe. Somebody who'd gotten into the house. Fight or flight kicked in hard, and for whatever reason, I chose fight. I threw 2 punches straight at its chest, and both times, my fist went clean through it, like punching into smoke. No resistance or weight. That broke me out of my zone. I stumbled back, scrambled for the light switch, but all I managed to do was turn on the ceiling fan. So there I was, yelling into the room, trying to sound tougher than I felt, while the fan rattled overhead. I stormed in, grabbed the pole chain, yanked until the light flicked on. Room lit up bright as day, and it was empty. I checked everywhere. Closet, under the bed, behind the dresser. I even looked in the other rooms of the house. Nobody. Now the easy explanation is that I imagined it. Maybe running into the door startled me so much that my brain conjured something out of the shadows. Maybe. But I'll tell you this, I wasn't half asleep. I wasn't drunk or high. And I wasn't the kind of kid that spooked myself over nothing. I was familiar with all the natural shadows in my house. I know what I saw. I know what I felt when I swung those punches and hit nothing. It was coldness, not just normal air. Do I believe in ghosts? Not really. Not the way some people do. But I also don't laugh off the stories, as technically I've got one of my own, and it still gives me pause when I think about it. When I was in my early 20s, my sister bought this small house on the edge of town. It used to belong to our great aunt, one of those places that still smelled faintly of old wood and mothballs, no matter how much you cleaned it. Our aunt had passed away there 3 years before, in the front sitting room. I was a teenager when it happened. It wasn't violent or anything, it was a heart attack. But my sister and I both knew that she hadn't been found for a while. We never really talked about it. Fast forward a decade, my sister was hosting a family dinner, and she'd just finished fixing up the house. Fresh paint, new furniture, the whole thing. The sitting room where our aunt had died had been turned into a playroom for her 4-year-old daughter, my niece. During the party, my niece disappeared into that room while the adults were in the kitchen. I went to check on her after a while because it had gotten really quiet. She was sitting on the rug with her toys in front of her, completely still, just staring at the armchair by the window. "Hey, kiddo, what you doing?" I asked. She didn't look at me. "Talking to the lady." "What lady?" "The one in the chair." I looked. The chair was empty. "Is she nice?" I asked, keeping it light. "She says she knows you," my niece said. "She says you used to come here and eat cookies with her." It gave me chills. Our aunt had baked cookies every time I visited. That's not something my niece could have known. I never told her about that, and my sister didn't really keep those kinds of family stories alive. "What else did she say?" I asked. My niece finally looked up at me, completely serious. "She says she doesn't like all the changes that were made here." We left the room, and I shut the door. I didn't tell my sister about it until weeks later, and even then, I left out the part about not liking all the changes. I don't usually post, but this happened last night and I can't get it out of my head. I was home alone, my girlfriend's out of town for work, my roommate's visiting family. Just me, the dog, in a quiet street where you usually only see neighbors that you know. It was around 9 p.m., already dark. I had the TV low in the living room when the dog hopped off the couch and stood like a statue at the front door. No barking, just locked in that stiff, alert stance. And that's when I heard, "Hey, you home?" It was my best friend's voice, no question. I've known him since middle school, and I could pick his voice out anywhere. At first I thought maybe he'd flown in as a surprise. Weird, but not impossible. I started to open the door and then hesitated and peeked through the blinds. There was nobody there. Driveway was empty, yard empty. My porch light was on. I should have seen someone walking away. The dog's tail was tucked now, ears pinned back. Then it came again, softer and stretched out. "Hey, you home?" This time it was coming from the driveway. I felt a cold crawl up my back. I shut off the porch light to get a better look into the dark, but there was nothing moving. My dog let out a low growl. She only uses this when she means it. Here's the problem. I text my friend that morning. He's across the country. No car here, no way that he'd be in my driveway. I text him anyway. "Yo, you messing with me?" His reply came quick. "What? What's up, dude?" Before I could even respond to him, "Hey, you home?" Closer now, right outside the steps. I was panicking internally, deciding what my next move would be, when my dog suddenly tore toward the back door, barking like crazy. I peeked through the kitchen window. No one. I called the cops. They showed up about 10 minutes later. By then, there was just silence and no voice. They walked the yard, checked the street. Nothing. Not even footprints in the gravel, tire marks, nothing. One officer suggested I was imagining it, being alone all day, but I know what I heard. It wasn't kind of like my friend's voice. It was him, perfect. Yet, no one was there. And that's the part that keeps me awake. If something out there can sound exactly like someone you trust, what happens when you open the door? I once worked as a housing inspector. A new client had purchased a house, and I was tasked with going and inspecting it. From the information on hand, the house was very old, built in 1908, was quite derelict, and in the middle of the woods. I was in no hurry to inspect the house, so I scheduled it for my last stop of the day. I did my jobs as per usual, and then I made my way to the house. I parked my car on the road, and as I walked up the long path, nothing jumped out at me. It was a rundown 3-story house. For me, it was just your run-of-the-mill wreck. I guess the buyers had walked through and seen some potential in the home, but I could see none. It was getting to be dusk, and as I didn't have the key to the front door, I made my way to the rear of the property to access the back door. As I came around the back of the house, I noticed that the back door itself opened up into a large kitchen. The sun began to set behind me, and I could feel a drastic change in air temperature. It was late summer, and I assumed that this was the reason for the drop in temperature. I turned to look at the sunset, noting that the cloud cover gave the sky a nice crimson hue. I turned back towards the door, and that's when I saw it. On the other side of the kitchen was a door that led into a hallway, which in turn led to the front door. The front door had colored glass, but what was standing in the darkness of the hallway, to this day, still makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There was a silhouette of a man. Judging from the build, I could tell it was a man. There were no distinguishable features to see, just a black silhouette. What happened next froze me to the spot. Where his face was, 2 eyes opened, and they were the color red, unblinking and unmoving. Those eyes glowed red, and I could tell that they were looking right at me. At first, I couldn't look away. Those red orbs seemed to stare straight into my soul, and I found myself transfixed, staring back. Every fiber in me told me that I should run, but I could not move. I stared unblinking at the red eyes, and they in turn stared unblinking back at me. My eyes began to water, and I blinked to clear them, but as I opened my eyes again, the silhouette was gone. I freaked. I quickly ran around the house, jumped in my car, and sped home. What would normally take me 25 minutes to drive home only took me 10, as I couldn't get away fast enough. In my report, I wrote that the house and some structural issues couldn't be remedied, and the house was eventually torn down. In its place is a new housing unit with 6 3-bedroom homes. I've heard stories from tradesmen who have been on site at night, and they've all said that they felt a cold chill every time they went there. I did look up the history of the property, but nothing unusual jumped out at me. Up to that point in my life, I never believed in the supernatural or paranormal. Even now, I'm skeptical of most things, but I know what I saw was pure evil, and I've never had an encounter like it since. My younger brother and I have lived near the desert our whole lives. We're extremely experienced campers. I'm 20 and I've never believed in anything paranormal until last night. But my brother, he's always been able to see and sense jinns. They're basically demons. We always go to the same place when we want to camp with minimum effort, and the beginning of our day was completely normal. But the closer we got to our destination, the more I noticed my brother's mood shifting. When I asked him what was wrong, he shrugged me off, just said to keep driving. I felt fine when we got there, but my brother was unusually quiet. It was the afternoon, and we planned to leave at midnight. The heat was intense, so we set up under a few trees near some water. In the Middle East, it's said that that's where jinns live, but I didn't believe that. As we set up our tent, it fought us. We would secure one end and another end would pop up. When finished, it looked as if something was pushing on it, which is something neither of us have ever experienced, not even during a sandstorm. When my brother feels a presence, he gets extremely unlucky. After almost dropping a box of coals on his foot, he spilled a Coke on his phone, smashed his elbow, and cut his finger. He was digging in his bag when he found an unsheathed knife, but he said it felt like someone actually pushed his finger into it. This was all in a matter of hours, and it made us feel uneasy. Suddenly, a random couple appeared out of nowhere, saying they were stuck in the sand and needed help. We were driving a Land Cruiser. They said that they had a Nissan Altima, so we didn't expect to encounter many issues, but we were wrong. We dug them out easily, but they somehow got stuck again as we pushed them, even though there was plenty of space available to grip. Later, my brother said that's when he really started to feel an evil presence, but he didn't want to freak me out. We ended up towing the couple out of the sand, but it was much harder than it should have been. Our strap pulled off their bumper, and we almost got stuck ourselves. When we returned to camp, everything became unusually quiet. The only sound was that of our rapidly dying fire. As we sat down to eat, my brother suddenly grabbed my hand, and he said we needed to go as quickly as possible. The fear in his voice and on his face were obvious. He didn't feel safe. So we prayed to ease our minds, but it only angered whatever was there. We quickly finished eating, but I was only humoring my brother until I suddenly had a nagging feeling that we should leave. It hit me like a wave, and I said so. We started packing. That's when we heard something on the opposite side of the small pond. I can only describe it as the sound of death. It lasted for several minutes. I felt like I was having a heart attack. After remaining frozen for a few minutes, we drove closer so we could look around with the headlights. But things got really crazy once the screaming stopped. At first, we heard twigs snapping and footsteps all around us. Then we saw shadows behind the trees. I tried everything to get those shadows to change shape. I walked around the trees, moved the lights, but nothing happened. It looked and felt like people were staring at us. We felt like we weren't alone, and that the entities weren't friendly. We also noticed 3 cats huddled behind our car, away from the trees. But thankfully, they left as we started reversing. They looked terrified, and they were staring at the trees. It felt like whatever was there was getting closer, but luckily, we were able to pack up quickly. All was silent as we did so. I was most terrified while driving back to the main dirt path. I could tell the steering was off, like it was fighting against me. But that stopped the second we were on the highway. The sound of snapping twigs still surrounded us, and it was loud enough to be heard over the car. The path was covered in birds. They just stood there, staring until we got close. Then they walked away. My brother said to keep looking straight ahead. Under no circumstances was I to look through his window. We were in a part of the desert where we had to drive through the whole of inaccessible areas to get onto the highway. There were no other people around. The only thing we saw was an abandoned Toyota Helix positioned behind a small sand dune, hidden by the trees, but it was far enough from our campsite to be ruled out as the source of anything we'd heard. As we were nearing the exit, we saw a deer standing in the middle of the path, staring directly at us. In 16 years where we're from, I've only seen 1 deer, and that was someone's pet. I was in shock. The deer wouldn't move until we were close enough to smell it. Then, it slowly walked away while looking right at us. We quickly drove past it. My brother gasped before sternly saying to keep my eyes on the road. As we got on the highway, I asked what he kept seeing, and he reluctantly described large figures around us anytime we went around a bend. They were either pointing at us or ahead of us. I'm glad he didn't tell me until later. We still hadn't encountered anyone, but we heard sounds all around us. I was thrilled to finally see the exit, but that quickly faded when we saw another deer standing in the middle of the road. This one slowly walking away, but still looking at us. Only this time, it looked more like a kangaroo mixed with a deer. It had milky eyes, looked rotten, but I didn't care. I just stepped on the gas and was glad it got out of the way in time. At the exit, I was about to turn right when my brother said to turn left instead, towards a small town. He saw another line of figures pointing ahead of us and didn't think that we would make it home in one piece if we followed their directions. The further we drove, the less we felt like we were being watched. I was distraught. My brother said that that's because we were alone. The jinn wanted to cause us harm. They get you in rural places, so you're forced to stop. And then they can do whatever they want. That's why there were so many animals on our path. He also said that they cause bad luck. He'd felt them from the second we entered the desert. Before this, I always just dismissed his feelings as him being afraid. I can excuse the sounds, shadows, and the feelings of being watched, but I can't excuse the 2 deer or the car randomly fighting against me. It's safe to say we're not camping there anymore, and I'll never again dismiss my brother when it comes to his sense of these things. I'm just so thankful we made it home safely. Recently, I felt something following me around, everywhere. I always feel like someone's watching me. I feel a hand on my shoulder or a head. when there's nothing there. So I keep seeing this thing when I'm outside. It doesn't talk usually, but I keep seeing it wherever I go. It's always behind a tree or hiding. When I was younger, I used to go outside to swing next to the huge tree, and I kept seeing a shadow figure stick its head out. But whenever I actually looked at it, it disappeared. It doesn't hurt or scare me. It's sort of like a father. It comforts me, and yes, it may be an imaginary friend, but it feels real. I keep feeling it touch my shoulder. I feel it next to me, always beside or behind me. When I sleep and face the wall, I feel it behind me. There are times when I see it or hear it in the closet or in the hallway at night, but it doesn't harm me. It doesn't harm me, and it says it brings no threats. It's comforting to me. Talk to it sometimes. During school, I write about it, draw about it. I might be crazy, but it looks so real and feels so real. It's super tall, no face, no accessories, nothing on it. A shadow figure, really skinny. I can almost see its bones. It has a sort of low, raspy voice. It's nice and kind. It's never made me feel threatened or scared. I feel happy, relaxed, and welcome it. I can never touch it though, but it can touch me. If I try to touch it, it fades away. It's not around me all the time, but comes to me when I feel stressed out or scared. No one else seems to see him but me, but I know I see it. Also, I just don't see him behind trees. Sometimes, when I swing, I see him next to the road. Once I saw him next to the road somewhere else, but it was signaling for me to follow it. I'm not sure if he's a ghost, a bad spirit, a good spirit, imaginary friend, a shadow person, or anything else. Anyone who knows more about ghosts or might have an idea what this is, please tell me. I don't want to get rid of it, but if you think I should, please tell me that too. My mom is a realtor and has shown a variety of different houses in her time working that job. About 4 years back, she came home from one, pale and jittery. I joke that she's looked like she's seen a ghost. She just slowly nods. Apparently, she'd been taking pictures of the house in order to put them online and had been standing in the doorway, checking through the digital camera. She's taking a while, and apparently halfway through, when somebody had impatiently cleared his throat behind her. Now, she was the only one in the house, and so practically jumped through the door to get out as soon as she heard it. Standing on the front porch, she'd realized that she'd left the keys behind her, so she had to brave going back in order to retrieve them. She ran in, grabbed the keys, and ran back out, back to the car, and back home. That's where I came in, made the joke, and the story enters an endless loop of retelling and retelling. Now the house. The house is old, apparently pre-Civil War, 1800s, so it's entirely possible that the house is haunted. She goes and calls the homeowner after we discussed whether to do it or not. She calls him, waffles for a bit, then asks him if his house is haunted. The man goes quiet for a long time. Finally, he asks her, "Which one did you see?" Apparently, there's 2 ghosts on the property. The ghost of a doctor, whom the wife of the homeowner saw bending over her one night to check her temperature when she was sick. The other is the ghost of the grandmother of the family who originally owned the house. She'd gone crazy for one reason or another and had been locked up in one of the upstairs rooms. There was a hole drilled through the door in order to look in and see her. People apparently have claimed to see her looking down from that room's window. Months pass as the house tries to sell, and finally, Mom has an open house on a Sunday, where over 100 people come by to look at the house. Near the end of the day, somebody approaches her about buying it. She promises to begin walking them through the process. That was Sunday afternoon. Monday morning, Mom's woken up by a call from another one of the realtors telling her to turn on the TV. Sure enough, on the local news, the house is ablaze and quickly burns completely to the ground. Everybody's a little shaken, and several theories are put forward, from racist to homeless people. Me, I'm firmly convinced the ghosts didn't want to give up their house that easy, and so dealt with it the only way they could. So this is admittedly a little shaky. There's probably a logical explanation for this, but I think it's interesting, especially given where I heard it. About 2 months ago, I set out to put together a book of the city's ghost stories, as, at least to my knowledge, no one else has done so. This has led to a lot of on-foot research, a lot of questions, and 1 or 2 mistakes. My sincerest apologies to the one store when I told you your place was haunted. I hadn't realized I was in the wrong place. One of the more prevalent ghost stories I've come across so far, as everyone seems to know some version of it, is of a little girl who fell through a skylight of a grocery store in the 1930s. She hit her head on a Coke machine and died the next day. It's one of the few ghost stories I've come across for the book that's rooted in history. As the little girl did actually fall, I've seen a photograph of her, I've read newspaper articles about it, and I've visited her grave. A lot of the finer points of the actual event seem to have gotten mixed up in the retelling of it. I've heard people talk about the little girl falling from the window instead of the skylight, and pointing to other buildings on the street as the ones that she'd fallen out of. Supposedly, her ghost doesn't just haunt the site of the former grocery store, but the building on either side of it too. Anyway, I was going for a walk one morning, early as I often do. Heading down the street, I was thinking of the cold, of the weather, and 6 other things besides the ghost story about the little girl. I was walking by a series of shops when I heard a noise. A terrific sounding crash. Jumping, startled, I whirled towards the sound, only to find myself standing in front of the exact building the girl had fallen into. It's a jewelry store now, or at least it will be until they move out soon. Admittedly, it could have been someone working inside who dropped something. Still, the place didn't open for another 2 hours. It was fairly early in the morning. I almost looked in. Probably should have looked in, but didn't, just in case it was one of those workers and not a ghost. I went on my way, rather shaken up, and have yet to hear anything else, no matter how many times I walked by the building. So did I hear the ghostly replaying of the tragic accident? Or just the mishandling of a clumsy employee? I don't know, and probably never will know. But that doesn't mean I'm going to quit hoping to hear it again. This morning I woke up at 5 and went to the gym before class. I'm staying at my parents', but they're away for a month, so I've had the house to myself. I always wake up, let the dog out, shower, let the dog back inside before I leave. But this morning, it felt a little weird. The house had a strange energy. I let the dog out into the pitch black yard, but the deck light didn't come on, which is unusual. I brushed it off and took a shower. The dog was waiting for me when I returned. I opened the door and the large black lab walked inside and straight under the table. I then tried to go to my room, but as I was leaving, I felt the same strange feeling from when I'd woken up. I looked at the dog's bed, noticed he wasn't in it, so I looked back at the door to see that he was still sitting outside. My stomach instantly dropped. I know I watched him come inside. I let my actual dog inside and searched my house to see if another animal came in, but I didn't find anything. The thing I let in before was about the right size, but it did look more like a shadow. It moved a little differently. I called my girlfriend since she was waiting for me at the gym. She thinks it was my imagination, but I've never ever imagined something this real. I wasn't even tired. My dog was also acting a little strange, staring at the wall and growling quietly. But I left soon after that. I'm at a loss. If anyone has a possible explanation, I'm really dreading sleeping there alone tonight.